just not working. Interesting. All right, good evening, everyone. And welcome to a special Committee of the Whole meeting for May the 16th. As we call the meeting to order, I just want to acknowledge that we're gathering on the traditional territories on the coast of the Coast and Straits Salish peoples. Specifically, we recognize and honor the Lekwungen peoples known today as the Songhees and the Esquimalt nations, and how their historic connections to these lands continue to this day. Up first, we have approval of the agenda, moved and seconded. Any discussion? Councillor Smart.
Yeah, as a point of order, I'd just like to mention that I don't feel that there's been adequate time in between the delivery of the materials for this meeting and for council and the public to properly digest this material. And so I would suggest that we have a presentation tonight and possibly questions, but that any motions or recommendations be moved to the council meeting on Monday.
Okay, thank you. I will, I'll treat that as a comment at this point because it wouldn't change the agenda, but I appreciate what I would suggest is if people feel we'll get the presentation and we'll perhaps get a sense at that point of what is to be decided and what we can and can't. And I would take it as probably suggest a point of order if that was something to be raised at that time. It's probably the best process for attached to that. So with that, I'll continue on with the agenda. First, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed. So I'll just start with my mayor's remarks. So I just thought I'd like to frame this discussion to the benefit of the community because we had some confusion at the open portion. You know, in the simplest terms, the province has mandated, it's such weird to have so few people in the room, has mandated that every community in BC eliminate all single family and duplex zoning. And the new provincial law under Bill 44, by the end of June, every lot in Oak Bay and every lot in the province is required to be pre-zoned for at least 4 units, or 3 units in very small cases. Under this legislation, council has some limited controls within the zoning for siting, massing, parking, and other aspects, but those controls obviously can't be so restrictive that it would make building multi-unit buildings difficult or unviable. So tonight, we have a hard job because it's going to be trying to find that balance between the streetscapes and green space and transportation needs and innovation allowance and making homes viable and avoiding significant demolitions and all that, those questions in a very short timeline. Tonight we are just sitting as committee of the whole for the public's benefit, so we're allowed to have an informal discussion. We're going to, presuming this goes all the way forward, we'll make some recommendations to staff to draft bylaws under those recommendations. And those will come back in a few weeks for us to then review and debate in some detail. There's been 3 public information sessions with attending is about 200 people provided input, plus a town hall style meeting last week with another 200 or so in attendance. The input from that process and the information shared is attached with the agenda. So if you're interested in reviewing it, it's in there. We are willing to take additional public input here tonight as part of our standard procedure bylaw, but we are primarily focused on debate and giving direction to staff. Procedurally, we have a single item agenda, but obviously there's a lot of information and many options to consider. Appreciate staff's effort to structure that, and I have a thought on how to kind of walk through it in a timely fashion. But if there's ever a place that we need the open mind requirement of council and vigor of debate to tease out the pros and cons and possible impacts of change, this is the kind of meeting to have it. I'm just going to ask that we try and consider a few factors here. At the end of the day, the only requirement here is that we are required to achieve is compliance with the base requirements of the legislation. There's many things that we might consider, and many of those can be considered at a later time, but we do have an obligation no matter what to consider the infill pieces and get that done. We have future OCP and other changes that are possibly places to consider some more nuanced or different approaches. So I think the other piece of this is if we're looking at pieces here, obviously I'd ideally like to have some time for staff to provide their professional input, and that we're going to have some problems obviously within the next 2 or 3 weeks that this draft legislation has to come forward. I'm going to suggest some possible approaches as we go forward. I expect everybody else here to do the same. I'm going to share a little bit of my philosophy, and I think maybe as we get into the discussion, if each of us can, if you've thought about it, some approaches or things that are driving your recommendations. For example, I think for me, trying to find policies that encourage the retention of existing homes, to make sure that we're not sort of encouraging or prioritizing or creating advantages for demolitions and rebuilds. I think, maintaining as much permeable surface and tree canopy as possible. Need to make these multifamily units financially viable. For me, clear rules and consistent rules is ideal. And I would like our bylaws to, you can't create design constraints, but you can at least create bylaws that encourage good design that mitigates some of the larger massing that's going to be required. So those are some of the things that, as we go through, I thought about, and maybe people can maybe share a little bit of, if there's priorities within that, we're getting staff advice and a debate to achieve those. That's it for my comments. We have a one-item agenda here for item 4.1. We have a report here for us that has three parts: the sort of the summary piece, the attachment 1, which is a late edition, but it kind of is a summary of all the things that were shared through the presentation slide deck at the last meeting, in a tabled format by zone, and then of course the summary of public input and that process. So I'm going to hand this over to staff to provide an overview, and if we move it forward, and I take the Councillor Smart's point, if there's a desire here to perhaps defer this to a future meeting, we can talk about what that might look like. But I think for now we'll get the presentation, and we'll see if there's opportunity for us to cover at least the majority of some of these items. But over to you, Mr. Bull.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of introductory comments and explanation of what you can find in the report. We didn't prepare a new presentation for tonight, focusing on getting you some background information and options that you might add to the discussion. But today's report does follow up on the Special Committee of the Whole meeting of last week about infill housing, and a team comprised of staff and modus consultants continue to prepare the bylaw changes in order to meet the provincial timeline of changes that need to be made by June 30th. Timelines are very short, and we appreciate Council having this meeting to continue the review and the discussion. The report provides backgrounds and options for a range of topics that Council may or may not choose to discuss further today. As we are currently drafting the bylaw changes, we would appreciate hearing from Council on any changes you would like to see in the current proposed infill housing program. In particular, if the current recommended approach does not fully meet your hopes and expectations, it would be very important to hear the kind of change that Council as a group would like to see explored or implemented as we prepare the bylaw changes. And that way we can take your direction and incorporate it into those changes. In the report, we have organized the topics in 3 categories. There are required changes and also supportive changes, and a range of other changes. The required and the supportive changes, that's the package of regulation that needs to be confirmed and is required to be implemented in the zoning bylaw in June to meet the provincial requirements. Now today we have our team here to assist you. It consists of our lead consultant Jeanette Elmore online, and Senior Planner Carly Rommel, Deputy Director Brian Green, and myself, and we would be happy to support your discussion with any clarifications or further backgrounds that you might need. Thank you.
That was very quick. Thank you. So procedurally here, what I was going to do is go around the table and just take questions only. I have a few questions that came out of my reading of this. But I thought we can do questions first as the usual process. Take any input from the public that we wish to get. There's not a lot of people here from the public, so it probably won't take us too long. Then back to this table, and then my thought originally was to walk through each of these sections as laid out in the piece. So large lots, lot coverage, setbacks, step backs, paved surfaces, height, etc. through that list. Discuss that. If there's areas that perhaps need some more work, we could leave those aside for if we need to, but try and resolve as many of them that we feel comfortable with as possible, and then do the same for the smaller lots. And then basically that would be the direction to staff to go and draft bylaws for us to review in detail. But I appreciate, both from a public perspective and the council's perspective, this is a very short lead time to get the material, even though it hasn't changed substantively, to still have a chance to read through it and be prepared for a meeting like this. So I don't I do recognize that it's important for us to be seen to be reasonable in these matters. So with that, are there any questions of staff on any aspects of the report that stands here that you wish to ask at this time? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor, to staff. I guess one of my first questions is with regards to potentially making some decisions tonight or this week versus the chart on page 4 that refers to the other infill housing regulations that might happen in the summer/fall. I'm just wondering, can I get a more exact date range of the earliest and the latest that might happen? Because I'm just, there's a lot of things that are mentioned in this report that I think are really important, and I want to know, like, is that something that we can resolve in a couple months, or is that a year later? It's a bit vague on when we're actually realistically going to be able to get to some of these important details in this report.
Mr. Bull?
Yeah, through you, Mayor. As we try to pinpoint, there's a number of topics that are supportive and require changes. So the current proposed changes that were in the presentation materials, those would be implemented in the zoning bylaw in June. Where it says further changes in table 1, that relates more to form and character control. We were anticipating that would be through a development permit tool, but it could also be in other ways. That's work has been scheduled with the consultant to take place over the summer. It might be until early fall before that's completed, and that's where there's more time for council and the community to look at what other kind of guidance is there provided, or maybe, for example, retention of existing buildings. That's something probably that needs more work. That needs a certain approach that we need to figure out, and that's a bit separate from the requirements from the province to create enough building potential for up to 4 units per lot. So it's not very clear cut. I appreciate that, but it's probably good to see it as the package in front of that was presented to the open houses versus some of the more fine-grained nuances and additional regulation. That's where the split is between needs to be done in June and the additional details over the summer. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Smart. Can I just ask for you to clarify, is this part 3, other form and character and other policies and regulation on page 10, or is it just the sort of further options that are at the bottom of each section?
Yeah, and I guess that's part of the questions, because I don't even know where some of the things fit. But I'm referring to, in general, when it has further options and it says future phase. That was generally what I was referring to. But then there's some things that are not clearly listed in here that I would love to discuss, such as reduced setbacks on corner lots and increased lot coverage on laneway suites. And I'm wondering, are those kind of items something that would definitely be addressed in the summer, fall, and in the worst case scenario, we could resolve those before 2025?
Mr. Bull?
Yeah, through you, Mayor. Yes, the goal is to, by the end of the summer, have the infill housing program completely done and implemented. So the examples that the councillor is referencing are planned to be dealt with over the summer.
Okay. And is there, I'm just thinking from a procedural perspective, we could take direction at this time to, like, for things like corner yard setbacks, not to give the specific direction, but to include, to ask that those be included in those future parts coming back. Mr. Bull?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yes, it could be an indication for the future. If there are details that could easily be rolled into the current zoning bylaw changes, it could also fall there. Depends a bit on what the specifics are of any given preference from council, but that's how that would work. Thank you.
Okay. My take on it personally is I think that some of what you're describing are the kind of things that probably we could certainly consider to be added, and we can just ask the question for each individually to see if we move it forward, if they could be incorporated in this one. I'll get to, yes, with that. Thanks. Continue, please. You had the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Treasurable. This now I'm skipping to page 6 of 49, which I realize this agenda's now been updated, so I'm not sure if it's still page 6, but it's with regards to the paved surface requirements. And I wondered if you could elaborate more on why we need to increase the surface area to 40% and 50% for RS4 and RS5. Is that really directly related to the amount of parking we require? And if we reduce the minimum parking requirements, could we keep the paved surface at its current 25%?
Pass that one over to Ms. Elmore.
Good evening. Through the chair, yes, we could look at reducing the amount of paved space in the RS4 and RS5 front yards. We will calculate out what that paved area would be based on the recommendation from council.
Thank you. Anything else?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Just to follow up on that, then, would you want to see us magically pick a percentage, or would you want us to reduce the parking and then have staff come back at a later time to tell us what that percentage would be?
Ms. Elmore?
Through the chair, they work hand in hand, is the truth. And it is challenging to change one without considering the other. As a team, we have worked back and forth on the parking rate and the resulting paved coverage. It is my sense that the parking rate should drive the paved coverage, and where possible, target what that paved coverage rate wants to be, if that makes sense. The offset would be considering other potential designs or locations for parking, such as requiring parking in a building, which could also reduce the paved extent.
Thank you for that. Please continue, Councillor Smart.
Well, thank you. Through you, Mayor, to staff or the consultant, I just want to dive into the second story setback options. And I guess I just don't yet fully understand the value of keeping that requirement versus how much it's going to limit all of the different options for infill housing. And I wondered if staff potentially could speak to that piece a little bit more to help me understand why that is important, considering sort of, the oddity of form that results from that with different housing typologies.
Ms. Elmore, and if you don't mind, I did flag that one as well as a question because it was shown as, in the written report, seemed to be referred to as included the second story setback, but in the table it was not referenced. So it'd be helpful if we understand what's actually in front of us here under recommendations.
Thank you. Through the chair, the approach that we recommended from the outset, due to the complexity and the short timeline of addressing Bill 44, was to minimize changes to the zoning bylaw wherever not necessary in order to implement the required densities and support reasonably livable and marketable units. So that second story setback that is in the RS4 and the RS5 zone wasn't recommended as part of this current round, and it was recommended to be addressed as part of the form and character and massing exploration that is anticipated for phase 3. Our calculations and our modeling do indicate that while that second story setback does have some impact on buildable square footage, it doesn't have a massive implication. So if we had a 15-meter deep building and the second story and the third stories were affected, we would have about 30 square meters that are affected, but only I'm not explaining that very well. It's not a 3-meter setback in entirety because the side yard is 1.5. So it's an additional 1.5 meter setback on the second and third stories. Our calculations show that it's not a significant impact on livable units.
Thank you, Ms. Elmore.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Smart.
Thank you. Just one additional question. I'll give bandwidth to everybody else. Just with regards, through you, Mayor, to staff, if the rear yard setback for an accessory dwelling unit versus, say, I guess just building, like if we were to look at the scenario of building another house in a backyard, like what defines the fact that it is an accessory dwelling unit? Are there limitations proportionally on the size to the other building, or could you potentially build another house in the backyard of another house and achieve those smaller setbacks? I'm just not sure when the smaller setbacks of the accessory dwelling unit apply versus one single family house. Is it simply you could even build a bigger house than your house in your backyard and use that smaller setback, or is the moment it's bigger than the first house? I just don't really understand the two different rear yard setbacks and how that works. I'd appreciate some clarification. Thank you.
Ms. Elmore.
Thank you. Through the chair, the zoning bylaw currently does not define an accessory dwelling unit. So the current approach is to recommend a new definition for an ADU, and the ADU, the accessory dwelling unit, would be secondary to a principal residential use and smaller than. And the proposed recommendation for height for ADUs in the current approach is to limit height to no more than 4.5 meter building height and 6-story roof height. So using all of those parameters together, along with the larger rear yard setback for principal buildings, in all likelihood will create a much smaller unit, if at all, in the rear yard, where the principal unit can be situated closer to the front line and can be taller. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to the consultant, I just didn't quite hear the wording there. So was it a 6-meter roof height? So is it that it's being encouraged to have a 1-story building in the backyard? I was just trying to understand. You said height of 4.5 meters, and then there was something about 6. If you could clarify, thank you.
Ms. Elmore.
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, it would. The recommendation is for a 6-meter roof height, a 4.5 meter building height. So the difference between the roof height and the building height essentially encourages a peaked form. And we believe this could achieve a maximum of 2 stories, depending on where the lowest story is compared with natural grade. Thank you.
Councillor Smart, anything else?
Thank you. Just my final question through you, Mayor, is just with regards to process again. So if all of the things that are not considered future phase are moved forward, is the understanding that those are done just as a building permit and not through an infill housing development permit where everything has form and character guidelines through staff?
Mr. Bull.
Through the chair, that is something that we would like to hear Council's thoughts on. As I mentioned earlier, we were intending to retain a development permit area, but we're studying if there's a certain threshold, probably a size of building, that we would apply to that. So, and let me see. That is somewhat time pressing because as soon as the zoning bylaw is changed, then the current development permit area becomes kind of null and void in the current wording. So something would need to be adjusted there, but that would be a separate bylaw amendment that we do intend to bring forward to you. But if there is further discussion or some direction from council on what kind of form and character control would be desired for infill housing, that would be very useful to hear your thoughts on. Thank you.
Thank you. I have questions still from Councillor Patterson and Green and Watson and Appleton.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Smart has already asked a lot of the things, but there are a couple of clarifications I would like to understand more, and that is the exemptions. it is listed in the report, the exemptions from the infill for this on large lots within the district that are outlined in the report. And then further on in the report that there is also an exemption on heritage properties from some of this. Now, we do have existing heritage properties within the district, but I'm just wondering what happens as we work through this process. Then there will be another number of homes, I'm sure, within the district that are not designated as heritage at this point in time, but would the owners of those homes then have the ability to come forward to have the houses designated as heritage, thereby being exempted from some of these regulations?
Mr. Bull, I understand that the date of heritage designation was the date of the legislation cutoff.
Thank you, Mayor. That's correct. So that exemption does not apply to newly designated properties.
And the further question I have is, if we are exempting the large lots because the province is viewing those as potential future development lots, I guess, it comes down to a bit of the social equity, because it places a lot of the implementation on certain portions of the district, eliminates other portions of the district. And I'm not sure how favorably that will be met. But we do know, I think, that as a council, that for some of these large lots, we have been seeing increasingly large applications come forward with the increasing size of the homes. So if the intent of the province is to kind of shelve this land so that it would be available for future development, but we're getting the large applications coming forward now, does that not then, in fact, curtail any potential future use of the building, and again could perhaps encourage people to build larger now so that they protect the right to do that?
Go ahead, Mr. Bull.
Yeah, through you, Mayor, I think a couple of insights on this question. We do make changes, or we are proposing changes to the zoning for the larger lots. And for those largest lots in RS1, we do recommend to reduce the floor area ratio, which is the key tool there to control the size of buildings. And that's in recognition of the fact that right now, even the largest homes that have been built are still far off their 0.4 FAR limit in that area. But we think that probably could be less to avoid the kind of oversized buildings. Plus, even with the 3 and 4 units, if we leave the space available, then you could potentially, theoretically, maybe get very large buildings. So there is a bit of adjustment taking place there. Yeah, it's an approach from the province that in our recommended change we're staying fairly close to that. But you can also see in the report there definitely has been arguments made during the open house, for example, by residents. Why is it not 4 as well? Or even why are these large lots not designated for something more, maybe potentially even multifamily, or definitely more units? So, but those options we didn't want to put in our recommended required changes for June just yet. Although between 3 and 4, that is a bit of a marginal change. Our OCP does mention for uplands that we don't support subdivision there because of the heritage character of the subdivision and the historic value of it. So that could be an argument to say, well, those lands are not earmarked for further subdivision down the road, and maybe they should be treated like any other residential lot in the district. So I hope that helps. Thanks.
Thank you. I think that in those kind of questions too, I think that are more philosophical, if we go through the process, we'll get to those questions as part, because we have to give some direction to staff on those. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And based on the discussion that we had at our last council meeting regarding things like heat pumps, so the height that is outlined in this, if the heat pump is requested to go on the roof of the building, the height will go up, but that would not, in fact, be included in the height calculation. Is that correct?
Mr. Bull?
Through you, Mayor, that's correct.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I go to Councillor Green and then Watson.
Thank you. Thank you, and through you, thank you very much for the reports today. I just wanted to ask two questions on policy development. One is around secondary suites. I'm wondering how all of this impacts our policy development on secondary suites. And the second one is on small lot subdivision policy. We didn't have one, and I'm just wondering, does all of this legislation supplant our own ability to develop a small lot subdivision policy? So those are the two questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Mr. Bull?
Yeah, thank you for the Mayor. Yeah, on the second topic, it was one of the ideas in the Infill housing strategy, I think, to look into smaller lot subdivision options. That is now a bit different because the province has mandated 4 units per lot. So that additional density, I think, that which normally would be created or previously used to be created by smaller lots is now created as of right to any parcel regardless. It doesn't mean that the district couldn't consider smaller lots. That could be something to consider, but we need to keep in mind that for every small lot created, we do add the potential for 4 units. Now, the way the current zoning regulations will work as proposed, that potential becomes smaller and smaller if you split lots. But that works a bit different, and we haven't really turned our mind just yet to that. So it would be something for the future, probably not this summer, but that would be an OSP review matter to look into. And then for the secondary suites, could I get some clarification of what kind of questions there might be on that?
This impacts our existing suite policies.
So yeah, in short, we added secondary suites as an allowed land use to all single-family zones and single-family dwellings. More recently, we also made a change that they're allowed in duplexes, in 2-family dwellings. That doesn't really change, so there's no substantial changes made there. The portfolio of housing options get expanded with the other housing types, or additional housing numbers, I really should say. And secondary suite continues to be one of the options that will be available to owners and developers to create these additional units.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. I have Councillor Watson, then Appleton, then Braithwaite.
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate everybody's patience because the first question I'm going to ask is just a clarification of what Councillor Smart asked about in terms of future phases of work, because this is coming at me so fast and furious that I don't quite understand what's going into each box in these 3 phases. So, Mr. Bowl, if you could, through the Mayor to Mr. Bowl, if you could just walk us through that again, what we have to decide within the next 6 weeks, what's going to be looked at in the summer, maybe we don't know what all those things are, and then what is phase 3. So if you could just reiterate what phase 1, 2, and 3 are, please.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor. Let me see. Yeah, if I look at particularly the topics in the report, maybe that's a way to explain it. So under the part 1, required changes, that's where the unit allocation is referenced, and in this case only for the larger lot, but the unit allocation of 4 per lot, that's the key requirement from the province. That needs to be done by June 30th. There's no question about that. Then in part 2, we have a number of other topics, and they're called supportive changes. But you will see those are the things that determine how and in what shape you can build a building. Basically, the building form is determined there by setting a number of parking requirements, by determining by site coverage how big of a footprint the building can have. We have setbacks and step backs. That's about how much of a distance it needs to have from the property lines. Height, of course, speaks for itself. And there was one more, the floor area ratio in some zones. That also is a measure of how much floor area, how much space can you put into the building, and that equates to the size of the building. That package of different site planning features combined, they need to demonstrate, and that's what we're testing right now. We need to be reassured under the provincial requirements that it does reasonably allow for 4 units per lot. And that's why there's different formulas for each zone. And those changes also need to be made by June to the extent that there's a reasonable development potential. It doesn't mean that some of these things could be further refined and maybe have different iterations or options that could be still done over the summer. But the basis needs to be there as of June 30th. Then in number 3, under part 3, there's a couple of other topics. And those topics are how form and character control works for the development permit area. A fairly pressing one. Another one is owner occupancy is listed. That is a current requirement that needs to be looked at, but that could be done over the summer. It's not part of that essential suite of regulations for June 30th. What to do with certain heritage scenarios in terms of are there more units allowed on heritage designated properties after all, or are there maybe incentives we can develop? Retaining existing housing stock and tree canopy, those are 2 very specific topics. There may be ways to build mechanisms in the zoning bylaw or in other bylaws to promote that, but that's work that would need to be looked at more extensively over the summer. And then finally, in table 1 there's reference to this future OCP and the 5-year OCP review. There's a couple of topics that are a little bit bigger and tie into the overall land use management of the district. And particularly, there's, I think, one option that comes to mind if we want to designate current single-family areas for multifamily, for example. That's a bigger discussion for next year. And there's a few things in the detailed options, although that's the key one that comes to mind. We make reference to future phase a couple of times in the report. I think generally we meant with that the summer, but there may be, depending on the topic, there might be topics there that if they are complex or they extend to an incentive program, for example, that's probably beyond the scope of this summer's work and would need to be looked at later. And Mr. Green is reminding me that the other thing that we'll look at over the summer is a number of other bylaws that are currently not changing just yet. For example, the driveway access bylaw is one of them, but also we need to have a closer look at the tree protection bylaw and see how that works with the new infill housing program. Thank you.
I really appreciate that clarification. And just, I'm going to do like a paraphrase. So what I'm hearing is that anything in attachment 1 or some variation on it does need to be adopted by June 30th for us to demonstrate that we have met the requirements to allow infill of up to 4 lots up 4 units on any lot, correct?
Correct, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Now I have more technical questions, just a few of them. And I wonder if you could, it's for my benefit, but also the public's, if you could just take us through some terms which are used. Accessory dwelling unit, accessory building, and accessory structure. They're used throughout the attachment and also in the report. I just heard that accessory dwelling unit isn't actually defined, but perhaps you could give us a suggestion of what that would be if it were to be defined.
Thank you, and I'll turn that over to Ms. Elmore.
Through the chair, thank you. Just one moment. We are currently contemplating terms to add to the zoning bylaw. And apologies, I'm skimming through the very large zoning bylaw to see what is current. Here we are. A working definition at this point would be an accessory dwelling unit means a self-contained dwelling unit that contains sleeping facilities, sanitary facilities, and cooking facilities that are for the exclusive use of the occupant of the suite, are smaller than and secondary to a principal use located on the same parcel, and may be situated above a garage. The zoning bylaw also currently defines a dwelling dwelling unit. And that's important to understand within that context. Through the chair, would you like me to read that as well?
I think that would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Also still skipping. Through the chair, a dwelling unit means one or more habitable rooms used for residential accommodation when such room or rooms contain or provide for the installation of only one set of cooking facilities and one or more sets of sanitary facilities. Thank you.
And there was also accessory building and accessory structure. I don't know if those are already defined terms, but if you could review those two, please, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Ms. Elmore?
Through the chair, an accessory building means a building of secondary use. The uses of such buildings are limited to that of a garage, carport, tool shed, greenhouse, gazebo, or enclosed swimming pool. And I will find accessory structure in the zoning bylaw. An accessory structure means a secondary structure used for an accessory use.
Think heat pump, right? I think that's kind of what we're talking about. So, Mr. Green?
Yeah, that could be a deck, for example, that it's not enclosed, it's not a building, so it could still be a structure, but is accessory to the principal use.
Thank you. That is helpful, even if it is confusing. So a question just following off of that is, in what's presented in attachment 1 and what it needs to be drafted and in place for June 30th, am I correct in understanding that we cannot basically discard the idea of a primary unit, that the whole scheme has to somehow hinge around a primary unit? And even if there are multiple structures on a lot. I guess I'm trying to think about some of the schematics show things as being kind of equal in weight, as it were. And I'm wondering if we really do in the scheme need to anchor this around something that is the principal unit and still have a scheme that hangs together.
Ms. Elmore, I'll turn that question over to you. I'll give that to you.
Through the chair, I'm not sure if I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, I will try to answer as best as I understand. Currently we are drafting a bylaw amendment as we try to pin down these last remaining, many details. The current draft proposal would be to limit the number of principal buildings permitted in each zone, and also, which is currently done in the zoning bylaw, and also limit the number of secondary buildings that could be constructed on a zone. And that would necessarily tie an ADU or an accessory building to a principal residential dwelling. Some of our schemes that we have modeled do include 2 principal buildings, and where parcels are large enough in certain zones, which includes R1 through R4, there is potential to have 2 principal buildings, each of which could be a duplex. But an alternative could be to have 1 principal building and 1 ADU. So the current approach is to maintain as much flexibility in housing types as possible, both to encourage creativity and encourage development of these units, and also to hold the space until this second phase, to be completed over the summer, looks more closely at housing types and configuration. I hope that helps.
Yes, it does. Thank you very much for explaining that so clearly. Just a couple more things. This is just a really sort of administration of the bylaw question. If parking is mentioned in multiples that are not whole numbers, what happens in practice when somebody comes in with 3 units and only needs whatever that is, at least as presented, 0.75 times 3? Does the number get rounded down or up?
That being a total number of 2.25 required units. Ms. Elmore?
Through the chair, as is currently required through the parking facilities bylaw, any portion of a number gets rounded up to the next highest number.
Thank you. And then a couple very more quick ones. And I shouldn't know this, but I want to make sure everybody understands. When we are talking about paved surface and that ratio, does the ratio actually include the footprint for the house and the accessory buildings as well as other paved surfaces, or is it just additional paved area?
Go ahead, Ms. Elmore.
I am going to read again from the zoning bylaw. Paved surface, through the chair, my apologies, through the chair, a paved surface means an area of land surfaced by asphalt, macadam, concrete, interlocking bricks, paving stones, gravel, and other similar materials. My understanding from working with Mr. Green is that the paved surface does not include the lot coverage, which is the coverage by a principal or secondary building. It would include any paved surface for parking and also pathways, decks, patios, and likely pools. Thank you.
Fabulous. And just one more from me. I know this is maybe getting ahead of things because it sounds like development permit areas as a concept needs to be discussed in a more fulsome way. But is it possible with the development permit authorities that we have to limit their use based on the number of units that would be created as opposed to a physical area or some other characteristics? Like, could you make a development that was going to be subject to 4 units subject to DP and one that was going to have only 2 additional dwellings not?
Ms. Elmore, do you know the answer to that question?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, the Local Government Act does permit a intensive residential development permit area to be defined based on certain thresholds such as unit number or size or geographic location.
Thank you very much. That's everything from me for now.
Thank you. Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to staff. Just a couple of questions. Just with respect to the topic of lot coverage, and in terms of the achieving the goal of reasonable development potential, most of the lot coverage specifications of the proposed lot coverage specs in the attachment 1 are pretty consistently lower than provincial standards or what the province is recommending. So is this a limitation to options? I see it as if you have less lot coverage, if you have a less of the lot to work with, then it restricts your options in that regard. So I'm just looking for some information on rationale for the lower, sort of consistently lower lot coverage number recommendations in the proposed material.
Ms. Elmore?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, we did model and do calculations based on the provincial site standard of generally 50%, especially for parcels that are under 1,200 square meters. What we found is that the existing site coverage, not only does it have the benefit of maintaining permeable space and green space and tree canopy, and encourages keeping buildings to the current footprints. We found that developable area is ample paired with the height permissions in order to create developable marketable units. It's once we get into the smaller lot zones, the RS4 and RS5, that a recommendation is to increase height in order to permit buildings to go taller rather than broader. If directed by council, a recommendation could be could be made to increase the lot coverage. We don't feel that both roof height and lot coverage necessarily need to increase in order to achieve reasonably livable, developable units. Thank you.
Please continue, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I guess in a couple of places in the report, and as we've discussed on a couple of different topics here, there's the implication of, again, what's a reasonable development potential? And so following up on Ms. Elmore's comments, and just wondering, obviously the province has provided specifications on what they think would be a reasonable parameter to work within. At what point, and this is probably unknown, but is there a provincial review of the bylaw for reasonableness? Will they sense check the numbers that are provided in the bylaw in order to ensure that it meets, in their view, what would be reasonable development potential?
Mr. Bull?
Yeah, through you, Mayor. We don't know. We don't know of any intent of the province to do that necessarily. If there's any indication, well, it's a bit of a different topic, but for the housing target order, we did get some follow-up questions on our report. So that shows that the province is taking a keen interest in reviewing what we submit. This is not a report that we submit, though. So this is a zoning bylaw, and Mr. Green has some additional information.
Yeah, we do have to submit our bylaw to the province following adoption. Whether the province will then go in detail through each of the municipalities, all 161 municipalities, I guess remains to be seen. There's probably a greater risk of a challenge from a developer rather than the province, who believes that we are unreasonably restricting their ability to build 4 units on a lot. The one issue that I guess council could weigh in on is the definition of lot coverage. Currently, lot coverage is a measure of density and therefore is only variable through a rezoning application. An option would be to take out lot coverage from the definition of density so that it could be varied in the future and subject to a development variance permit so that you can take a more site-by-site basis approach to lot coverage with those sites where there may be a good rationale for increasing the lot coverage.
Thank you for that. Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, and thanks for that information. So I'll based on that, I'll jump to something that I was going to ask a little later, which is, so what I heard was that the preferred approach, or the approach taken here, was primarily to allow for greater height rather than lot coverage in order to accommodate livable space, if we put it that way. And we have fixed heights, defined for each one of the zones for things like ADUs. Is there thought given, or was there thought given to the idea of keying the height of an ADU to an existing primary residence, So obviously the ADU and any other structures on the site should be considered to be, sort of secondary to, subordinate to, and not looking like they're overwhelming that existing structure. Rather than a fixed height, is there the possibility of using a sort of a sliding scale for height based on, to achieve the same goal of creating a subordinate auxiliary building, but potentially bumping up a little bit more height than what a prescribed number would be?
Probably give that one to Ms. Elmore.
Thank you. Through the chair. That is not an idea that we have talked about. It's a very interesting idea. My initial thought is somewhat of concern in the case that redevelopment occurs incrementally on a lot, and where there are currently small, single detached homes on a site. Would the ADU need to be tied to that, and therefore would not be able to achieve the amount of livable space? It's certainly an idea that we can flesh out if we are directed by council. Thank you.
Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, and I appreciate that information. Sort of my last sort of larger question has to do with the DPA requirement. So what I've seen is proposed here is in the existing infill DPA. DPA submission is not required in the case of no rezoning, and in the new proposed new bylaw, it's the reverse of that, where you need a DPA in the case even when a rezoning is not occurring. So I've kind of already asked this question in the previous meeting, so I don't want to repeat myself. But again, I'm just looking for a little bit more rationale and just sort of the process that's underlying the interest in having the DPA present for in that type of situation in the SSMUH and in the infill housing scenario. So what specifically are we hoping to achieve by including that DPA requirement?
Ms. Elmore?
May I, through the chair, may I seek clarity? The question is what a DPA would achieve for infill housing?
Just clarification, as I understood it, that this would apply to all units even without a rezoning?
Through the chair, my understanding is it's the reverse. Because the OCP provision specifically exempts the DPA process where there's no rezoning, at this point in time, infill housing, were it to be developed on a lot, would not be subject to the infill housing DPA.
And just so go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Just for clarity, Your Worship, so just on the bottom of page 11 in the staff report, I'm just making reference to the content here where it says, recognizing the importance of preserving what we cherish, the recommended approach is to revise the infill DPA to apply to infill housing where no rezoning is required.
Mr. Bull, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through you. Yeah, I think it's an interesting fundamental question about form and character control. Traditionally, it applies to larger buildings. That's why typically multifamily, mixed-use buildings come forward for form and character control or review, I should say, by council or by staff. Intensive residential development permit review is a bit more recent, probably introduced 10, 20 years ago. And it was meant or intended to apply to small lot subdivisions, probably the kind of type of development. This creates potential for a new type of development, up to 4 units throughout single family, what used to be single family areas. Yeah, we from what our understanding from the infill housing strategy and that process, we had the impression, I guess, maybe that's a good word to use, that a certain form of character control would be useful, especially if infill housing is built to the maximum of the requirements in the zoning bylaw. It becomes a little bit sensitive what it looks like. It gives either council or delegated authority like staff the opportunity to look at the design, but it is an additional step as well. So on the flip side, the province is suggesting don't apply development character control on this kind of housing. There's also a case to be said for that. Even under our own infill housing strategy, we have ease of implementation as one of the guiding principles. It's always easier to not have an additional layer of review. However, the results and the outcomes of built form are then only relying on the zoning bylaw, which might be fine because a lot of single family homes are not controlled right now by form and character, and the housing stock in Oak Bay generally looks really good, the new stock. So yeah, it is, there's a choice there, what kind of level of review we would propose. That's why in the report we do make reference to want to have some form of character control. That said, when we were thinking about it as the staff team and the consultant team, we didn't want to apply that kind of requirement to single family or single family duplex, maybe not even to something that is 3 units. Even laneware houses are in itself pretty small. But where we are right now, our thinking is that once you get close to the full build-out potential of a zone, you are creating 3 or 4 units, you're building that full size, which you can, if you're looking for the sizes, you could look in the attachment 1 under each zone. There's the maximum possible build out on the right, lower right corner. We felt that it probably is worthwhile to continue to have form and character control either by council or through delegated approval. But it is one of the main choices to make. It is important to have some insight on it sooner rather than later, because if we don't do anything with that OCP language right now, then after July 1st, any project will just go straight to building permit. And that could be a choice for ease of implementation. But we could also change the language in the OCP, make sure that it does apply to a certain category of projects that you would like to have reviewed. And then that tool would continue to apply. Thank you.
Councillor Appleton, please continue.
Thank you, Your Worship. Appreciate your indulgence here, and I appreciate that information. I guess what I'm then, my follow-up question would be, is it fair to say, I mean, this is obviously, everything associated with this has had to be done on a very, very tight timeline. And so it is reasonable, I look at this option that Mr. Bull mentioned in terms of revising zoning bylaw regulations to regulate key aspects of form and character in lieu of DPA. And that's one point on that list, but I see, as Mr. Bull has said, that's actually the main crux of a lot of what we're talking about here, and really at issue here. And we can collectively choose to do various things along that spectrum. But you know, I think it's fair to say that at this juncture, we haven't had, staff are doing the work, have not had enough lead time to develop the granularity in the zoning bylaw regulations amendment to allow us to do that right off the top. So then my follow-up to that follow-up question is, could we potentially view the DPA requirement essentially as transitional, and which allows us, allows staff and allows the organization enough lead time to, with an intentionality to indeed do this, exactly what's laid out here, to revise the zoning bylaw regulations, to define more rigorously what's allowed by right. Is that a reasonable way to think about this? Can we move forward with the DPA in an interim sense and then work towards the idea? And is it staff's intention to develop more granularity in those zoning bylaw standards? Is that what we would, what staff is seeking from us?
Mr. Bull?
Yeah, through you, Mayor. Yeah, I think that's in a nutshell definitely the key choices there, and it could. The form and character guidance could be in either way. In development permit area guidelines, it could be there, but it's more tentative, and it's guidelines. If we are developing more fine-grained regulations in the zoning bylaw, they become requirements. It's a bit more stronger, but they could still be varied. And in terms of kind of a phased approach, that would be my word for it, we could definitely choose to update the development permit area mechanism in the way that we like for the short run, so it has form and character control on certain category of projects. Meanwhile, continue to add that detail, and that could result in establishing that in the zoning bylaw and then retire the development permit tool entirely. That's definitely an option. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. I'll let others take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Braithwaite?
Thanks so much, and a lot of my questions have been asked and answered already, but I just want to go back to the setbacks, especially for the RS4 and RS5 zones. I mean, in my head, I'm kind of thinking that we still need those setbacks because of the BC building codes for safety. Does that come into how we calculated the setbacks needed for, in particular, those two zones?
Ms. Elmore?
Through the chair, yes, that was one of the considerations. However, we're aware that there are options within BC Building Code depending on how a building is designed. Many of our considerations for the setbacks were, again, to increase the buildable or reduce barriers to the building envelope and determine what is reasonable based on the types of forms and the flexibility of housing forms that could be achieved. We have had comment also from the fire department, and the fire department advised against locating accessory dwelling units less than 1.5 meters from a setback. So that that current recommendation has been changed. So no ADU is recommended to be sited less than 1.5 meters from a setback. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. As far as massing of a second floor, is there any tool that could mitigate the massing of a second floor other than a setback?
All right, go ahead, Ms. Elmore.
Through the chair, typically that would be done through a setback of some kind or an angle of containment through the zoning bylaw. The key tool there is also the development permit area guidelines.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, and through you, Chair. I know that we touched a little bit on what paved surface was, and I was surprised that gravel came under paved surface. And so I'm wondering if staff, what staff might be suggesting for permeable surface, and is there a way to change the definition that could include other products like gravel?
Go ahead, Ms. Elmore.
May I defer to Mr. Green on this one?
You may. Mr. Green.
Thank you.
Please, yeah, could you just repeat the question for me again? In relation to is it in relation to definition of permeable surface?
Yeah. So what is staff going to be suggesting for permeable surface, and is there a way to change the definition to include other products such as gravel?
Yes, I guess in terms of, yeah, we haven't discussed as a group what that definition of permeable surfaces is, but there are definitions out there. I know the CID has a definition of permeable surface in some of their materials, and so we could look to other examples of how they've defined permeable. I guess why gravel is not currently why it's currently under paved surface areas is that it can result in other issues in relation to just in terms of how the gravel goes onto the roadway, onto the sidewalk. It can look quite messy, and so I'm sure there was a rationale of why gravel was included was to potentially reduce some of the consequences of a gravel driveway, and again how stark that can look as well in relation to not being grass or a true permeable surface. Just in terms of sterilising a front lot with a lot of gravel might be good for stormwater management, but can have some aesthetic consequences that doesn't really address the streetscape in a positive way.
Actually, yes, that reminds me that I think a few years back there was an issue with somebody putting gravel on their front lawn, and it became a tripping hazard, and so that's perhaps why it wasn't allowed to be used. So thank you for that. And then I guess I'll just ask one more question. If I, on an RS5 lot, built a fourplex, would there be a development cost charge levied against that fourplex?
Go ahead, Mr. Bowl.
That still needs to be determined, but the short answer would be yes, I think, through the development cost charges and amenity cost charges program that we are developing. The goal is to make sure that growth pays a share of additional cost over time, and that would then logically apply to new units in general.
So that would be how infill and how all these units would help to pay for the infrastructure that obviously is going to have a huge impact from an increase in the units.
Mr. Bowl, yes. Getting a nod. So
Yes, correct. Thank you.
I'll stop there for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. Thank you for all the good questions, everybody. So just one very small piece. I noticed just in the table, there was some of the setbacks are sort of rounded. So what they say 1.52 currently, which is 5 feet, and they're changed to 1.5 meters, which is say 4'11". Obviously that's a minor, but just curious if that's the intent or if that's just simplicity of writing. I'm just visualizing a world of legal non-compliant accessory buildings existing in our world if we make that change, that kind of change. Ms. Elmore? I guess it shortens it, so it probably won't cause any issues.
Through the chair, yes, generally where the recommendation is less than what currently exists, then nonconformance is unlikely to be an issue. And yes, this was a recommendation based on simplifying the design and administration of building applications.
Okay, thank you. Next question I have is just in the definition of an accelerated dwelling unit being contemplated, would it allow for, say, a new dwelling unit that would be actually physically attached to an existing building? So an existing house would have not a separated building, but say an extension on the back that is a physically, a completely self-contained living unit, but is actually physically attached to the main building. I guess through me to you, Ms. Elmore.
Thank you. Through the chair, that would be a secondary suite, I believe. It's an ADU would be a detached structure.
Okay, Mr. Bull?
Yeah, through you, Mayor. And in addition, it could be a secondary suite. It could also be a regular other unit. It depends a bit what the preferred. Yeah, it has some building code implications, but the short answer is that could be done as well.
Okay.
And yeah, and our accessory dwelling units definition for specifically for coach houses probably needs to have some wording that indicates that that is for freestanding structures as opposed to attached.
Okay, thank you.
Units. Thank you.
Do we have a sense through me to you, Ms. Elmore, of what the gap between an accessory dwelling unit and a house would have to be, or would that just be essentially a case that be covered under the general setback constraints?
Through the chair, the zoning bylaw currently has a requirement for a 3-meter separation between buildings, and a designer would have to comply with code, as would the District of Oak Bay. It's challenging to say what that exact setback must be in order to comply with code, because it depends on the number of openings and the firewalls and the amount of glazing, is my understanding. Mr. Green may have more to add, but our belief is that each case and each design can work around certain parameters. So
That's sufficient. Yeah, thank you for that.
thank you.
And just so for my absolute clarity here, the controls on, preventing an accelerated dwelling unit butting up against a house and taking over the majority of the lot is controlled by the lot coverage aspect of the proposed bylaw. Is that correct? So that
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the current recommendation to maintain coverage at no more than 30% would limit the amount of floor space and footprint of the total buildings on any lot. So one could have a larger principal building, in which case there may not be space for an ADU, or there would only be space left for a small ADU. But in no case could that lot coverage exceed 30%, depending on, as Mr. Green suggested, the district's approach to density controls and whether lot coverage remains a density control.
okay, thank you for that. And the discussion around the development permit areas changes, that would be, if we're talking about changing the official community plan, that would require a public hearing process. So is that something that would be considered possible prior to the implementation of the bylaw changes? I'm just thinking from a timeline perspective. Mr. Bull?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. We were mulling it over as well. Yes, public hearing would be required for a change to the OCP like that. And that it would be hard to time that exactly the same with the zoning bylaw changes, and also in terms of a process, it might be better to deal with that after the adoption of the zoning bylaw changes. Our current tentative planning is, depending on your direction, of course, if you want to keep the development permit area mechanism, is to bring forward a report to that sometime in June, possibly, so that it could be dealt with in July. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Just a couple of quick more questions. I'm curious about is it possible in these regulations to consider things where we change aspects of the zoning? It looks like it's done in the larger lots more than the smaller, but where we might consider an expansion of whatever that is, lot coverage or some other aspect for to allow for auxiliary dwelling units where buildings already exist, And just in, if you time the timing to buildings that were built at, at the time of the bylaws being implemented. So, if you have a current building that's covering 25% of the lot, it makes it hard to put in an accelerated dwelling unit. But if we could allow for, a larger lot coverage where the existing building is being kept and the ADU is being put in, that may make it more reasonable. Is that something that is possible, and or is it something that was contemplated? And I guess that's to you. Oh, Mr. Green.
Well, I guess that would come down to, because obviously somebody wouldn't be able to exceed their lot coverage without a rezoning application, given that the district zoning bylaw defines lot coverage as part of the definition of density. If council wish to explore some kind of density bonusing provision whereby existing lot coverage is maintained and the ability to then exceed that lot coverage in exchange for further lot coverage, then that would need to be reviewed to make sure that we are not using a density bonusing provision in relation to small-scale multi-unit housing. I'm not sure if Andre has any further thoughts.
So that's one of the avenues, definitely. Another avenue could be to make sure that those kind of site regulations can be varied, because then it could be considered through just a development variance permit to take into account existing situations. Another third option, to make it more complex, is that could also be part of zoning regulations down the road that specify certain scenarios and then have different arrangements for different situations. Thank you.
So the zoning could essentially be written such that it's 30% site coverage unless the primary building is older than X or built before this year, and then in which case it exceeds, goes to 35% or some other number. Okay. I think that would go a long way to helping encourage people to add ADUs to existing buildings. So just for my absolute clarity on this one, again, I'm looking at the chart in attachment 1. There's no indication that there is the setbacks are shown as just 1.5 meters on both sides of the building. Can we just get clarification? In an RS5 zone, are the side yard setbacks 1.5 meters or 3 meters on one side? Ms. Elmore?
Oh, through the chair, I was going to say that we're still proposing to retain the combined side yard setback. There'd still be a combined setback of 4.5 metres.
Okay.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, I'll have a look at those.
So we're probably not showing that in the tables, the combined side yard setback. And so that's still the intent, is to retain the combined side yard setback requirement.
It shows total of all lot lines 4.6 meters, so that's the two side lots. Okay, thank you for that clarification. I wasn't sure how that worked with the word "all" threw me on that one, so thank you. I think it concludes the questions that I had. Let me just double check in my notes here. Can I just ask one other question for my clarity? I'm familiar with how we use the current bylaws in our RS4 and RS5 have a lot of, you can call them quirkiness or sort of very specific pieces that allow for exemptions to encourage things like verandas, elevator shafts, and even garages where there's exemptions. They're not intended, so basically if people choose to build those things, they're not punished. So it provides, for that option. I'm not as clear on how we provide similar tools when you're essentially creating an outside framework where everything gets to be built within as of right, and everything you add that might be of community benefit is essentially done at the expense of the owner. Is it possible to just get an explanation of how, within this proposed framework, which is getting away from floor area ratio and moving to a containment by setback, how those kinds of incentives or community benefit design features, well, not mandatory or not punishing to the landowner if they build them? Mr. Bull?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. That would be something we need to look into because with the FAR falling away as one of the site controls, we rely on the other parameters, height and setbacks mainly, and lot coverage. but there might be still some opportunity there to consider perhaps some either reduced setbacks or other flexibilities that make those things easier. However, yeah, it would work a little bit different, and it also depends a bit on what kind of features we would want to then incentivize as part of 3-4 unit form. For the current form, right, the FAR does stay in place for single family and secondary suite, I believe. So those same mechanisms would continue to apply. But yeah, once a 3 or 4 unit development is proposed, it would work all a little bit different. And that said, we could look into if those particular mechanisms can be somehow replicated for the new housing form. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that answer. I think that contains my questions, so thank you very much for that. I'm going to go back to a couple more questions, but I do want to give a chance for the public to ask questions or make comments as well, just as a courtesy, and then I'm going to ask for a quick break just to stretch our legs for 2 or 3 minutes and then come back to the table. Councillor Green, Smart, and then I'll go to the public. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to staff. Just, or it's probably to Ms. Elmore, but just to ask, to what extent does Attachment 1 reflect a lot of the public feedback that we received from the public engagement processes that we implemented? So I'm just wondering, I'm just curious about that. Thank you.
Ms. Elmore?
Through the chair, we, because the district already completed an extensive consultation through the infill housing strategy, we understood that the community cherished its landscapes and tree canopy and existing homes and character. And that was the mindset with which we approached this exercise. When we brought this information to the public through this process and these open houses, there weren't very many adjustments that needed to be made based on the extensive consultation that had already occurred. I believe some parameters may have shifted slightly, but in general, our approach was to limit development footprint and protect tree canopy and minimize the amount of paved coverage. We have reconsidered the amount of total paved surface in front yards, and I believe we've adjusted that parameter slightly in the following weeks. Staff may correct me if I am missing any of the other parameters that have been adjusted.
Oh, I'm not seeing. Oh, Mr. Green?
Yeah, I guess the FAR in the RS3 zone has been increased as well to be more of a sliding scale between those, essentially those 5 zones. So as what it was increased, I think it was 0.4 when we last presented, and we have increased that to 0.55.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the reason for the question is just that we got quite a lot of feedback this time. And this is a very different context from the infill housing strategy engagement that we did and undertook. It's because of the context of the provincial legislation, which is directive, as opposed to consultative. So that was the reason for the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. I'll go to you, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor to staff, just a couple of clarifying questions with regards to Attachment 1. And particularly, I'm looking at the RS5 right now. I wanted to ask what in the, because it sounds like there was some really thorough modeling that happened. Was it looked at the amount of lot coverage that the average existing house has right now? And if there is in a sense, the capacity of lot coverage in general to put an extra accessory dwelling unit in the backyard, or in general is sort of the average lot already maximizing its lot coverage, and so regardless of all of these allowances, everyone would have to go through a rezoning to put an accessory dwelling unit in their rear yard.
Ms. Elmore?
Through the chair, thank you. Staff has been working with Liquor Geospatial out of Vancouver, and they did provide some numbers to us in terms of existing coverage, which I can share. The average footprint area currently in RS5 is 24.7%, and in RS4 it's currently 20.5%. So the existing coverage in an RS5 zone may prevent construction of an ADU of reasonable size. A smaller footprint of an existing house in an RS5 probably has potential, but that doesn't mean that an existing or a new constructed principal building in an RS5 couldn't achieve several dwelling units or a secondary suite in order to meet the minimum densities, including looking at house conversions to create more suites in a home. Thank you.
Councillor Smart?
Well, thank you. And just following up on that a little bit further and looking down at the maximum build out column, I'm wondering if for each of the zones you can explain, I'm having trouble understanding in general if, for instance, with RS5, if I can build a 2,400 square foot house, but then if I want to build it says per unit, I can build 1351 per unit. So is that for all 4 units? So could I potentially build, I'm not going to be able to quickly do that math, like quite a bit more if I have 4, like I don't quite understand the math there and how that all plays out. If I have, for instance, like a secondary suite and another suite on my second floor and an accessory dwelling unit, can they all be 1351, even though I could only as a single family house build 2,400? If you could just explain that for RS5 and then how that plays out in the other zones, that would be amazing.
Thank you, Councillor Smart. Ms. Elmore?
Of course, thank you. Yes, we did have a more complicated table initially, but because there's so many calculations, it seemed a bit overwhelming. I would start with the RS1 example. RS1 through RS3 at their current parameters, maximum build out is limited by the floor area ratio. And so the maximum achievable building envelope based on coverage and height can't actually be achieved. So FAR is the limiting factor in this case. And even once that FAR, if that FAR is dropped, that further reduces maximum build out. So we calculated in each zone what gross maximum build out could be. And as acknowledged many times, the type of granular design detailing and analysis has not been completed, but on a gross calculation of minimum lot size and building parameters, we did calculate out what the maximum build out could be based on various factors. And the average unit size in all cases is simply an average unit. So perhaps the subheader is misleading. It is a per unit average taking the maximum gross build out divided by 4. And we acknowledge that until building form, housing type and configuration has been detailed out, we are looking at broad calculations. And we based many of our recommendations around this understanding of what an average could be, and is that average unit size reasonable? We expect that in all cases there will be larger units and there will be smaller units. So in the case of the RS5, currently maximum build out according to the parameters in the RS5 zone would be 223 square meters or 2,400 square feet. And that max build out is constrained by the achievable height and the coverage. So when we divide that number by 4, we end up with an average unit size of 56 square meters. And that wouldn't include some other design elements, such as the second story setback, or allow for accessory buildings. So that's really the average largest size unit we could find. And for that reason, we started to look at either increasing FAR increasing the building envelope through height and coverage, and increasing or eliminating FAR so that we could get at an average unit size that seemed developable, livable. So what happens when we remove the FAR restriction in the RS5 calculation, we end up with 126 square meters or 1,351 square feet as an average of 4 units in build out. Through the chair, would you like me to go through the other examples as well?
No, I think that's fairly clear, but just for we all understand that basically the new builds are twice the size on RS5 lots of the current, approximately.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yeah, Mr. Bull?
I do think we need to check our math there. There seems to be something funny going on. Because the unit number, if times 4, if that's how it was calculated, doesn't add up to the total. So we need to have another look at that. But maybe Ms. Elmer can confirm it does show that the total build out is very similar between the current parameters and the proposed. I believe that number is correct, but maybe not for each 4 units. I don't think it seems to add up. But maybe Ms. Elmer can confirm, or maybe needs to look at it.
Ms. Elmore?
Through the chair, my apologies. There does seem to be an error in the table. I'm looking at my live file now. When I'm looking at the live Excel spreadsheet, the maximum build out in the RS5 zone would be 502 square meters or 5,400 square feet, max build out in a 4-unit scenario. And that divided by 4 is 126 square meters or 1,351 square feet.
So that is correct, and the building size is about twice the size of the current.
Correct. Yep, the current single detached would be limited by the 0.4 FAR, which is 223 square meters.
Thank you for that. Councillor Smart, please continue. Oh, Mr.
Yep.
Gold, you wanted to add something?
Well, maybe to be really clear with Ms. Elmore then. So it sounds like the per unit numbers, Ms. Elmore, are correct in that proposed parameters, and it's the building size that we need to revise then. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I think what
Looks
is
like
showing
there was
there is, yeah, I think if I can clarify, I think what's showing there is because what's being said is the current FAR retains for the single family residences. So what's showing there, the first number is the single family size. What was missing was the revised number for the multifamily, which is now 502 meters, and then the per unit reflects the 502 meter on the RS5. For clarification, Councillor?
Yeah, but then if you look at the RS4, there's got to be something wrong there as well. And if you're using the same logic there, then it would be, for the single unit, it would be 9,184 if you're taking the per unit and multiplying it by 4. That seems awfully large. So there's something wrong there too, I think.
So Ms. Elmore, can you just confirm what the actual numbers into your, I mean, this is minimum lot size, so minimum lot size RS4, what the maximum, or what the building size and the unit size would be?
Through the chair, thank you for the opportunity to clarify. Yes, in the tables in your attachment, we are showing current max build out. So that is correct, but what we didn't add was what max build out would be for a 4-unit scenario. So that 223 square meters in RS5 still relates to a single detached, and that is recommended to stay in place, as we don't recommend that FAR be removed for a single detached unit. In the RS4 zone, where for single detached unit, the max build out would be that 379 square meters. But in a four unit scenario where the building is proposed to be up to 3 stories and 30% coverage as an outside maximum based on a minimum parcel size in the RS4, the max build out would be 853 square meters, 5,400 square feet. And that big figure divided by 4 is 213 square meters, or essentially 2,300 square feet. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Elmore. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, through you, Mayor. So just to clarify the understanding then, so with RS5, if I'm building a single family house and not providing any extra units, I can still only build 2,400 square feet. But if I am potentially providing more than 1 unit, so say a secondary suite or maybe an accessory dwelling unit 2, then all of a sudden I can build 1,351 square feet times 4. And it would be, I guess, and so is that how it's controlled, that it would be related to the number of units? So like, for instance, if I built just a secondary suite, it would be 2,700. And if I build an accessory dwelling unit 2, like, would it increase like that? Or as soon as I built 1 more unit, I could all of a sudden build the 4 times as much?
Ms. Elmore?
Thank you. Through the chair, the recommendation would be to maintain FAR where there's up to 2 units. So that would include a principal residence and a secondary suite, or a principal residence and an ADU. And the current max build out seems more than reasonable to accommodate 2 units within that. So for an RS4 zone, max build out could be over 4,000 square feet. And the average unit size is not meant to become a bylaw regulation. It's simply a calculation for us to understand what is reasonable, and it helps to support the recommendations that further changes to parameters are not necessary in order to enable reasonably sized marketable units. So the current recommendation would be to remove FAR in the RS4 and RS5 zones where 3 or more units are built. So essentially 3 or 4 units. In that case, in the RS4, the maximum build out would be 853 square meters, or 9,000 square feet. If there were only 3 units developed within that, I'm doing the calculation right now, one could theoretically achieve 3 units that are 3,000 square feet, up to 3,000 square feet. Let me check that number. So, yeah.
That looks right. Yeah. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be, I think, be really helpful to receive a table of how this all played out for each zone. So I guess if we have a lot of existing single-family houses that essentially have maxed out their square footage, and someone wants to build a secondary suite or an accessory dwelling unit, it sounds like they won't be able to do that unless they build 2 more units, in which case they'd be coming to us potentially for a rezoning to build accessory dwelling unit in their backyard. Could you clarify?
Ms. Elmore?
Through the chair, the floor area ratio control and the lot coverage work together but are separate. I guess the scenario would be if a home already has 2 suites, or only has 1 suite, and if a lot is already developed with a single detached unit that maxes out its square footage. So in the RS4, it already has a 4,000 square foot single detached home. Then this scenario, according to the recommendations, would not enable an additional unit. That is correct, unless that homeowner or developer proposed to build 2 more units, in which case they would move into the next category of density controls and enable the development of up to 853 square meters.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mayor. To the consultant. So I really, so with our smallest lots, where I heard so many of our residents say, I just wish I could build an accessory dwelling unit in my backyard, but you're only allowed to have 2,400 square feet, which most people are pretty close to, or even exceeding already. All of those would have to come to us for rezonings if the average person didn't also want to build a secondary suite and an accessory dwelling unit, is what I'm hearing.
Ms. Elmore?
Through the chair, that would be the result of the current proposal. However, if directed by council, we can investigate an alternative that might target the RS5 specifically and enable situations for an ADU to be added.
Councillor Smart?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. To follow up on that, then would the easiest lever be increasing? What would the easiest lever be for that? I guess it would be having the threshold of no FAR be just 1 more unit, but by the sounds of it.
Ms. Elmore?
Through the chair, probably the most realistic lever would be the FAR, and we could look at a sliding scale where an additional unit has a certain FAR, and beyond that, 3 to 4. Again, this is a fine-grained approach that if directed, we are happy to investigate.
Thank you for that. Can I just follow up on one of those questions? Can you perhaps explain to us, because I think looking at this, if they in an RS4 zone, if you're putting 3 units into those, are each 3,000 square feet, what determines? Do you have any sense of what the province is determining as a reasonable expectation of size? 3,000 square feet is a fairly large living unit. So I'm just curious as to, is that something that the province is sort of saying, that they only see it being reasonable if it's above a certain size, or is that just, I'm just curious where that number would come from to determine reasonableness in this situation?
Through the chair, the province has given no indication of what is reasonable. District staff is working with a lawyer out of Vancouver that is one of the preeminent municipal lawyers. We've not been given an indication of what is reasonable, and where directed, we could investigate smaller unit sizes. The current calculations are based on build-outs existing in the zoning bylaw and scale down based on lot sizes. So where an average build-out for 4 units in the RS4 would be up to 3. Apologies, I'm looking. Okay, RS4 would be up to I think I've misquoted my calculations. Apologies, I'm trying to do this on the fly, but the RS4 is actually 2,300 square feet. So that original conversion of 213 square meters is 2,300 square feet. On the other hand, on the top end, with a single detached home in the RS1, maximum build-out would be higher, and then scales down accordingly based on lot size.
Right, because it's essentially a floor area ratio based approach. Is that correct, Ms. Elmore?
Well, through the chair, yes. The approach would switch. So the FAR is the control for all single detached. That would remain in place according to this current approach. And a sliding scale is even proposed for FAR based on lot size. And then FAR would remain the control for the RS1, RS2, RS3, because those are found to be adequate at this point in time. And when we get into the smaller lot sizes, which are more constrained due to FAR and building height based on the calculation of lot breadth, that's where the approach, if endorsed, the approach would switch to one where building sizes are limited by height and coverage rather than FAR. It is the province's recommendation that FAR not be used for the small scale multi-unit housing. And so this is also another way that we can align with the provincial site standards by removing the FAR control on the district's most constrained restricted zones.
Appreciate that explanation of the why. I'm going to go at this point to members of the public. They sat very patient, sitting and waiting for questions. We'll take questions. 3 people. I think we'll take questions, then we'll take a short break. So if people want, I don't want many people wait through. Oh, sorry, you have to come forward. I'll give you the rigmarole. This is all very straightforward. Have a seat. Turn on the button in the middle. You just need to state your name and your municipality where you live, and then you can talk to us.
Hi, my name's Alexander. I'm an Oak Bay resident.
Need first and last name.
Alexander Economo.
Welcome.
Thank you. I am the current chair of the Advisory Planning Commission. Thank you very much for the rousing discussion tonight to the staff. The thought-provoking questions by the councillors have really led me to an informed perspective on what's going on. The discussion tonight will have a lot of consequences for our future on our streetscapes, on our landscapes, and it seems that the recommendations put forth by staff are very detailed, and I'm really looking forward to getting to read them and understand them, just like my neighbors in Oak Bay are also looking forward to understanding how our streetscapes will look. Thank you very much again for having us and having me tonight and doing this. It's been excellent.
Thank you. And welcome, Mr. Economo. I should have recognized you, but I did not. So,
I think this is still on. Tim Taddy, Oak Bay, and my goodness, this is a lot of work for you guys and complicated. Once I figured out how to put notes on my phone and stay within 3 minutes, I'm going with it. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to thank staff and council for the work they've done on this report and the community engagement efforts. Given the scope of change and the outdated nature of our zoning bylaws, a remarkable job has been done in a short time period. Certainly, I appreciate all the time and commitment you're devoting to this. I was also delighted to see the open houses and community forums were well attended, and it is only after reviewing the details presented and some reflection and reading this report that I wish to speak briefly. Councillor Appleton raised it, the site coverage. I'm particularly concerned about the 30% on RS5 and RS4 zones. I don't purport to have the expertise of our planning staff and don't pretend to grasp all the issues, but for many years in my previous life, working as a realtor in Oak Bay, and from time to time, or from the time I spent on various committees and 2 terms on the Planning Commission, I can't count the number of times I heard young families saying they wanted affordable family accommodation. And what they really mean by that is a front door, a back door, access to a yard. And 30% just makes that not very doable. We all want as much green space as possible, but the square footage you can get on a main floor just doesn't add up for that kind of family accommodation. They don't want to live in a condominium. They want to live in something that has the attributes of a single family dwelling. In my checking with the province, that is one of the reasons they have recommended 50%. I'm not suggesting, because we're all concerned about green space, that we go to 50%, but even 35 or 40%, but 35% even, would allow for example, it'll capture some of our existing homes that are at the maximum, and somebody may want to convert them to 3 units or 4 units. It allows them, without going to rezoning, without coming back, to raise that building. It becomes a new build because a conversion is completely, it's so extensive, 2 front doors, a 1.5-story townhouse on each side of that character home, and a home down below for 3 units. But 30% site coverage, a lot of our homes, in spite of the average, exceed that, especially the character homes. So I just would really like council to explore expanding the site coverage beyond the 30% in those smaller zones of RS4 and RS5 to increase, as Councillor Appleton alluded to, the attractiveness and the attributes of a family home in those townhome style units. So, and new builds could then be triplexes and fourplexes and duplexes more easily. Thank you very much. And if I go to the hockey game, I'll still be following the discussion. Thank you.
Just don't tell us the score, please. Please come forward. Welcome. Nice to see you again. We have to turn the microphone on, and same process, name and municipality residence.
Pam Woodland, Newport Ave, Oak Bay. Good to see everybody. Mind-boggling what everybody has been doing in such a short period of time. I'm totally blown away. I'm partly here to speak for co-op housing. I live in a co-op unit around Newport. Reach out to Tom Armstrong, CHFBC. Have a conversation with him and see what's possible for co-op housing to be developed in Oak Bay. I honestly don't know, but this guy's been going around engaged in conversations because everybody's scrambling to find affordable housing. So that's my recommendation, cheeky as it is. The other thing is just to speak for biodiversity and the absolute necessity, as especially we are going to have an increase in population. There is going to be an increase in temperatures. There's going to be an increase in floods. There's going to be a decrease of resiliency in our landscapes. And I think everybody knows this, and I love the way the district and the parks in particular are just really on the case of increasing tree canopy. Just wholeheartedly support that and hope that this really questionable prospect that the provincial government has been, as aptly said, you know, directively imposed upon municipalities without regard for the more than human life, but also that human life requires more than human life in order to thrive. And so if you're going to have quality, it's not just a matter of square footage, it's a matter of what happens when you step out your door, when you're walking to the grocery store. We all know this, so I'm not going to labor the point. So I'm just hoping that the incredible pressure that is being put on you guys to deal with the minutiae, like the decks, you know, the deck chairs on the Titanic, right? Let's not forget that, and you don't forget. So the other part, there are several community organizations in Oak Bay who are in a position, I think, to help council and help Oak Bay address some of these other problems that are maybe elusive for you guys as you're crunching numbers and working out square footages. So Oak Bay Climate Force, Reconciliation, because this is also a reconciliation issue. The Friends of Bowker Creek and the Community Association of Oak Bay. This community is eager to be engaged. We had a couple of people donate the tree on Oak Bay. Thank you guys, by the way, for supporting that whole business of, taking down the tree with grace and planting an intention to further our biodiversity and tree canopy with that. That was wonderful to see. And wonderful to meet Roberto and Vicky, who are in the process now of planting trees throughout the district. This is the kind of community engagement that's waiting to happen. So I really hope that it is encouraged, fostered, searched out, and acted on, because people want to contribute. And I think I must be over my time.
You are. Thank you,
Yeah,
Ms. Woodland.
Okay, but thank you very much.
I can share just as a, sort of, you can have a seat, but we'll take a quick break here. But as a point of curiosity, because I've been quite engaged in some of the co-op things going on, it is actually, it's 5 units and above. Interestingly, this cutoff of 4 units is kind of just outside the purview of the co-op requirements. So certainly for any, if you want to have an equity-based co-op, it's got to be 5 units or more.
Yeah,
So
and
we
this
can't
is
do
a-
it in the 4 units or less. So just so you
Right.
know, we're dealing with
Okay,
4
well,
units
that's
or less here.
Interesting to know about.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
And
you.
I liked your introduction to think about what the drivers are behind decisions and questions even. And that will be an interesting conversation you guys have, I'm sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Can I get just a motion to recess the meeting for 4 minutes, and we reconvene at 8 o'clock? All those in favor? Any opposed, unopposed? Turn on the light to kind of indicate to the person that the I'm going to call everybody back to the seats. I know we're just, Councillor Watson still stepped out, but just want to just see if we can start to advance some of this. You know, just so everybody understands what I was going to propose is, so in the large area lots, just talking through the lot cover, setbacks, paved surfaces, height, floor area ratio, and parking. And then, of course, the other broader question of the larger lot unit allocation, whether we want to actually include the 60 largest lots. So that was going to be the process, and we can kind of walk through and give a sense. But Councillor Smart, you indicated that you might want to.
Well, actually, just to add a question of whether we could talk about whether or not we're going to have a development permit area form and character control, because that would completely change my answers to everything. Because if we're going to control form and character in another way, then we can be really aggressive with all of these decisions, knowing that that's going to be dealt with. But if we're not going to have any sort of development permit process, then this more conservative set of standards makes sense. So I feel like I need the answer to that before I can talk about things individually.
I think that's totally reasonable, and I'm happy to have that conversation. Ms. Elmore, I think this is probably where we're going to rely quite heavily on you. The provinces seem to indicate they don't want to use development permit area models to restrict, but that's certainly one of the recommendations in here as an option. Can you lay out for us what it would look like in real terms, where that would kick in, what your sense of how possible that is under the provincial guidelines, and what it might do to our development application process time and impact on staff?
Through the chair, I am looking at the provincial policy manual right now. And what is said in the provincial policy manual, which is essentially the legislation, is that local governments must not use certain authorities in such a way that unreasonably prohibits and restricts the use and density of the use required to be permitted under the small-scale multi-unit housing. And that includes the use of a development permit area. Unfortunately, this legislation is totally new and totally untested. No local governments have, because we haven't reached June 30th. So no local governments have yet been challenged by either the province or any developers. We don't know what the province will consider reasonable or not reasonable. However, we know that certain development permit guidelines can be more restrictive and prohibitive and can essentially cause barriers to development. When we get to the third phase, if we get to the third phase of refining this approach to implementing the infill housing strategy, that is a key consideration in any recommendations that we would make towards changing the existing or creating a new intensive residential area DP guideline, or by the same token, any recommendations that add additional layers of constraint through the zoning bylaw. Does that help?
It does. Can you may I just also get some clarification on what it actually looks like for someone to apply in a development permit area where setting and design is included in that? I understand what it's like if things are just as of right. It just basically comes in and it's an entirely staff process. What does it look like if it has to go through siting and design review? Does that become a political question? Is it approved at the council level, at staff level? What does it add to the expectations of an application? I know we include things like garden design and things in many of our siting and design pieces. Is that kind of the level of detail? You may not know any of these questions or answers. I'm just curious about, when we're looking at this, trying to be facilitating new buildings getting built. How does this fit into that model? I think this is
through the chair. How does that fit into it? Through the chair, thank you. I can only speak broadly about the application of DP guidelines. I am not familiar with it. Since we haven't reached that phase, I'm not familiar with the way that Oak Bay specifically processes development permit applications, and perhaps Mr. Green can speak to that in a moment. What I do know is that a DP application typically is combined with a rezoning application. Where it is separate, it is still a full submission of architectural drawings and the submission of a fee. It typically is accompanied by a survey, and it may require other reports, such as an arborist report, to indicate the size and status of trees on the property and the proposal to remove or protect trees. The development permit application would be reviewed by staff. It is often referred to an advisory design panel. And in most cases, the development permit application, once reviewed, would be submitted to council for a decision along with a staff report and recommendations. I would appreciate Mr. Green's commentary on how Oak Bay processes their development permits and whether it currently does impose much of a barrier to development.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Ms. Elmore. Mr. Bull, you indicated you wish to answer that. Is that correct? And you can hand it off to Mr. Green if you wish.
Yeah, I wanted to make some comments about options, because I think that was also part of the question, and we can give you some examples too. The most common example is uplands review in our case, and sometimes other projects get a regular development permit, so to say. But back to what you can do with development permit control is, yeah, you can choose to only have guidelines on certain topics. Maybe landscaping is not included, or it's very clear and predictable. So even though the province is not recommending use of the tool, it's not prohibited either. So there's wiggle room there. And I think from a community's perspective, it really comes down on what kind of review and control is needed for certain size or impact of development. And the question for infill housing is, when is infill housing small and gentle, and it doesn't need that kind of review, or where does it get substantial and has more relevance for review, and what level of detail of review would we prefer to have? And that's where we had recommended, or we are thinking of, well, probably is the size matters. If it goes beyond a certain size, it probably would benefit from review. I'll stop there because I'm realizing I'm not too specific. If you wish, Mayor, Mr. Green can explain to you some of the examples that we specifically use right now.
No, I think that's, unless other members of council want that, I want to keep moving us along. So Councillor Smart, you raised the question here on DPAs. I'm not sure we have a super clear
I'd be
answer.
willing to put a motion on the table for discussion if that's helpful. Is that how you would like to proceed?
The recommendations in here are basically that council consider the following staff recommendations, basically to draft the necessary bylaws along those lines. And I was going to just take, as we walk through the set pieces, just to do it through motions to amend. So we sort of start with a complete, and then we can change things as we go. It seems like the simplest way of managing it. If we, it prevents us from missing something in the direction back to staff to draft the bylaws.
Just for clarity then, sorry, could you refer to what page we're looking at
Sure.
when we're going through that? Is that list on the executive summary?
In the agenda itself, under recommendations, yeah, no, I can't find it on mine either. Hold on a second. I think I didn't refresh this appropriately. Oh, I did. Here we go.
We can move receipt first, though, right?
Yeah, we can. Yes, is what I have from the. Sorry, I can't see it on my electronic agenda, but we can start with a motion to receive for sure. So let's do that.
Move receipt.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. And then, yeah, so item 1 there, if that's clear. What I have here is that council directs staff to draft the necessary bylaw amendments for the large lot zones, R1, R2, and R3, for site planning considerations as outlined in Part 2 and Attachment 1 of the staff report, dated May 16, etc. And then, because that includes lot coverage, setbacks, paved surfaces, height, floor area ratio, and parking, I was going to just walk through those, as well as the question of whether or not we include the 60 extra large lots within those pieces. So that was my intended process.
And sorry, Your Worship, just to clarification, in that first line, those should be RS1, RS2, RS3 rather
Yes,
than out.
it's, I have it, yeah, I'm sorry. I was paraphrasing in the piece of their, yeah. Oh, yes, he says R1, R2, R, yeah, sorry. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Smart, you have the microphone. Did you wish to make a motion or leave it to someone else?
Yeah, if we're having to address this motion, I guess it's challenging for me having, I have many points to talk to in this, so it would, can we break these up one by one and address them?
Yes, that's the intention.
Okay. So we'd be doing like lot coverage and talking about lot coverage, okay.
Yep, that's the intent. But again, we have a slightly less formal model here, so if there's anything that people want to just make sure we're clear on before we get going, we can do that, but I would like to move us to a resolution so we can start having votes on some of these pieces and get some more clarity of debate. Councillor Green.
Thank you. I do have some general comments, contextual comments, if that would be agreeable.
I'd like to get a motion on the floor before we start making comments in general, but I'm happy to take, before we get into the individual law coverage, et cetera, details, I'm happy to take general comments. That's so, because if there's not anybody willing to move the general piece here, then we better get to something else that changes the direction in these pieces.
This won't change the direction.
Councillor Watson?
Just a comment about what's being proposed in terms of moving through the items. Is your notion that there would be then motions on the specific items as we go along?
Yes, I think this is just for me, and if people wanted to follow a different path, I'm happy to do so. It seems logical to my mind that if we move the staff recommendation, which is basically to direct staff to draft the necessary bylaw amendments, as laid out in the report, then we can go through and if, say, lot coverage, we wanted to address that, we say we don't want 30%, we want 20% or 40%, we would just have a motion to that effect to make that change. If it passes, we can have that debate. Once we've concluded that, we can move on to the other pieces. We can always go back as well if something later on affects it. It's just, I'm trying to find something that allows us to move it through, and I think by moving the whole, it means we're not missing anything, so we don't have to explicitly say, plus this last 3 or 4 items on this list.
Just a comment about that. I'm happy with that approach personally, as long as there is the door open to go back, because I see the interactive effects of these things as so complex that if you've had a discussion about 1, 2, and 3, and then you get to 6, and you're thinking, oh, well, that's not that kind of conflicts with what we just said about number 2, we may want to, backpedal. So as long as that's anticipated, I'm fine with that.
Fine with, I'm looking for a motion, because we actually, if we want to move that forward in that process. Councillor, you done, Councillor Watson? Councillor Smart?
I just had a question about, so this first recommendation in its little bullet list doesn't include FAR. And I feel like that was the the largest talking point of that piece. So I'm just, how do we then talk about that aspect?
I'm gonna just have to try and get my electronic to refresh so I can see what the thing is. I have in my list for large lots that floor area ratio is included in that list.
Height floor area ratio.
It's supposed to be 2 bullets.
Ah, that's why.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be 2. Is that correct? Okay.
What page are we on, please?
So it goes height and then floor area ratio. Okay, thank you. So it should go E, F, G. It should go up to G, is that correct?
I have it to
Where,
F.
what page are we on?
Well, then,
Oh, thank you.
So what I have here for the recommendations is lot coverage, setbacks and step backs together,
yeah.
paved surfaces, height, floor area ratio, and parking.
Okay, on mine, it's just setbacks and setbacks.
Ah, okay.
Setbacks and step backs,
Yeah.
yeah, they were separate.
Yeah. It is committee of the whole, so we can be a little less formal on some of these pieces, but so that's I couldn't think of any other way to walk through it in a meaningful way and a chance of getting through it in some sort of time frame, so.
Okay, so I'll make just to start the process, I'll make the recommendation, the staff recommendation Do you want me to read it out? Or?
Yes, let's read it out for the record so we're all really clear about what we're talking about.
Okay, I'll move that council direct staff to draft the necessary bylaw amendments for the large lot zones RS1, RS2, and RS3 for site planning considerations as outlined in Part 2 and Attachment 1 of the staff report titled Infill Housing and Provincial Housing Mandate, dated May 16th, 2024, to ensure the infill housing program viability for A, lot coverage, B, setbacks and stepbacks, C, paved surfaces, D, height, E, floor area ratio, and F, parking.
Is there a seconder? Seconded, thank you. Okay, so now I'm going to just sort of walk through these pieces, and I'm going to deal first just in that, largely in that order. Otherwise, I'm going to step away in after paved surfaces just to talk about the larger lot unit allocation at the will of council. So lot coverage, which of course is the same as it was, or even slightly reduced from current for these zones. Anything, these are the large lots. Is there anything here that people wish to flag as something they wish to see changed from the staff recommendations? And you said you want to have a general comment at the beginning here, Councillor Green. You're welcome.
Does that, I'm sorry, do I have a question to you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Does that, sorry.
Are you using attachment not to look through?
So I'll leave it to each individual councillor how they want to do it, but yes, there's, in attachment 1, there is under RS 1, 2, and 3, so there's 3 different pages, cover all of the lot coverage pieces on that. So if you're looking for the technical numbers, those are the numbers there on that, yeah.
Does this include the exemption for the uplands?
So, no. So Councillor Green, what I was going to do is just talk to lot coverage generally on these things, and then after we get to lot coverage, setbacks, and paved surface, then I was going to talk to the larger lot unit allocation, and I guess we can also talk about upland separately from that as well.
Okay, so I'll leave my comments until maybe the end.
Yeah.
Or, no, you know what, I'll share them now if that's agreeable.
Just so everybody has a copy. Thank you for that. Okay. I don't see any changes that people want to see on the lot coverage for the things. Councillor, sorry, did I see Councillor Smart?
It's just lot coverage.
Okay. So I tried to do it, we're doing this largely in the order of easy to hard, so hopefully we can get in the habit of trying to move things along. I know that some of these are going to be hard. Setbacks and stepbacks. So the setbacks in the RS 1 through 3 zones are laid out here. They are essentially unchanged from the current, although, go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, do you want amendments or just comments at this point?
I think if you feel something should be changed, then I think you should make a motion, and you can, then if it's seconded, you can motivate. But if it's just general comments on sort of how you think that, the full, that isn't so related to changing something specific, then I'm happy to take comments. Go ahead.
I'd like to make an amendment to remove the step back requirement. I find it an awkward way to control form and character, and we already have the uplands design. I won't motivate yet, sorry. Seconder, I would like to remove the request for step backs. Step backs.
I don't know in these lots, does it have a second story? Because this, I think in these larger lots that doesn't exist. Mr. Bull?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I believe that only applies to RS4 and RS5. Does it in RS3 as well? So it does apply to RS3, so that's the one zone in this category that does have that step back provision.
So that's just a typo sort of thing.
For absolute clarity, you're moving to remove from the RS3 zone, the requirement for a second story setback of 3 meters.
Yes, I would like to move that if it still applies to the RS3 zone.
I'm in the same
Yeah,
boat
just
here.
to be clear, that's not in the table, but it's in the verbiage in yeah, in the commentary, correct.
Thank you. So that's moved. Is there a seconder for that change? Second, to go ahead and motivate Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you. I find that while I gather the intention of the step back requirements is to provide, in a sense, more setback at a larger level with these larger lots. I just think with what we're looking at with infill housing, that it's going to create undesired building massings and reduce options for infill housing. And I find it a clumsy way of essentially trying to ask for more setbacks.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to talk about that? Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks. I appreciate it being put forward. I have the opposite view, I think, on this one. I think because it is such a large lot that I feel that the setback actually will add to the form of the building. So I'm going to have to speak against it. Sorry.
Just looking around the table here. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the context that the recommendation, the amendment is brought forward with, but like Councillor Braithwaite, at least to me, when I look at it, the RS3, with the first floor being at a minimum setback, I too feel that it would be not as much massing if the second or third stories were stepped back. So I kind of like what staff have presented. That's my preference. So I have a hard time supporting the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Green.
Yes, thank you. And again, I will echo the comments of my colleagues. I think I appreciate the attempts here, but frankly, staff have done this in context. And I think the context is really, really important, and I trust their judgment. I am not a planner. And we tonight experienced the complexity of this area. In fact, even the consultant was struggling with some of her calculations. So I would like to go forward as much as possible with staff recommendations. And then, as Councillor Watson pointed out, if we can go back, given there may be implications for other issues, but at this point, I will not support the amendment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's see any other discussion. I'm generally supportive of the recommendation in the report. I think, especially on these very large lots, having a little bit. My understanding of these second story setbacks when we were looking at the floor area ratio program was it created a sense of space and light between the buildings, so even larger masses could have that sort of gap. Tall buildings, with a combined total of only 10 feet apart at 11 meters in the air can look quite looming and look quite dark. And so the intent was always to just kind of create a little bit more space. I appreciate that's being recommended. And I guess in this case, the staff probably would support that as a future look, but for now, to keep some parts of this the same as they were, to kind of, even though the massing is about 50% larger than is currently allowed on these lots for the multi-unit, some of these sort of existing setbacks and so forth are being maintained. And I think it's a reasonable approach to my mind. It's not make or break. So, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to comment that I think with energy efficient design, that what this is going to result in is just a bigger step back for a lot of buildings as we move towards passive house construction in our very near future. You're not going to want to modulate the building form as much in that fashion, and it's really preferences certain styles of architecture over other and different typologies. So, yeah, obviously everyone has a different viewpoint, but I just wanted to share that from a design point of view.
Thank you. I think the reality is we're not going to probably get to all the subtle nuances in this go around at this point. So I'm going to call the question on the motion. The motion right now is to amend to get rid of the 3 meter second story setback. That's in the current recommendations. So all those in favor would, all those in favor and those opposed. I have Councillor Patterson, Braithwaite, myself, Councillor Watson, and Councillor Green opposed. That does not pass. Still on the item of setbacks, Councillor Smart, you still have the floor. Did you wish anything else on RS1, RS2, RS3 setbacks? Any other speakers on setbacks for these zones? Moving on then to paved surface. So again, this remains, as I understand it from staff, at the current 25% for all 3 zones. I'll just double check that on my, okay. I knew it was for RS4 and or 1 and 2, but better just double check that. Yeah, okay. 25% front and back existing. Any desire to step in there and change those? Not seeing any. I just, there was one comment made in here in the report about perhaps asking staff to revisit, the definition of permeable and maybe an approach to permeable. Were there anything more specific than that? I can't remember the exact wording. Does staff recall, without making me look it up, sort of what the intent of that was? Because I think there would be some interest in us, if we're going to increase paving at large, to include it in both these to consider non-permeable surface options. Not necessarily for inclusion in this bylaw, absolutely, but I think there was a suggestion there that could be looked at, possibly. Mr. Green?
Yeah, I guess the thinking behind that with the project team was that not only would you have a percentage of paved surface, but you'd also have a requirement for a percentage that must be permeable as well, so that it wasn't just focusing on what could be paved or maximum paving, that you would also have a minimum permeable surface, but we would have to then create a very clear definition of what we mean by permeable.
For our clarification, is that something that would be contemplated? Because I believe it was in sort of the body of the report. So I'm not clear if that was something that perhaps phase 2 or phase 3, or is it something that was minor enough that if council wanted to look at that as an option, could be included in the draft bylaws coming in a few weeks? Mr. Boole?
Thank you, Mayor. We're offering 2 options in the report. One says introduce a definition for permeable surface and introduce an associated metric. We didn't quite flag that as future phase. On that one, we'd like to ask Ms. Elmer if that's something that could be included in the current changes, and then the other one was a bit more, the wider one, was flagged for future. So it would be good to hear perhaps from Ms. Elmer if that's something that
Let's do that.
is in which category that falls.
Ms. Elmore, is that work something that could be included in this work, or is it something that you would see as phase 2?
Through the chair, it's a very good question. It is something that could be included at this point in time. Please remind me when the report to council and when this bylaw amendment must be completed. We do not have much time for fine-grained analysis. Yeah. Any recommendations that we could provide on permeable or impermeable coverage at this point in time would have to be higher level, just based on the deadlines for completing the amendment and getting it back to the council.
Okay.
Is anyone able to advise me on our absolute drop dead deadline on this bylaw amendment?
I think we're trying to, we'll use the date that it comes back to council for first and second reading, because we can make some minor changes at that point, but it pretty much has to be intact then. So, Mr. Boole, what date is that? June 10th?
Well, that's very soon, right? So I think our normal production timelines for reports are about 2 weeks. So yeah, that would leave very little time. So I think realistically, we probably need to advise you that we could look at that, but not as part of the June changes.
Okay. We'll leave it to you. I think if it's possible to even include a definition of permeable surface, that would probably be helpful. So that would help guide future discussion if we actually have a definition at least. Recognize that this doesn't actually carry forward any changes in the bylaws at this point. Sorry, lots of hands. Councillor Green, Watson, and then Smart. Just
through you to Mr. Boole, and to Mr. Green and also to Ms. Remmel. I just wondered, how is a rain garden defined in the context of paved or permeable surfaces? I don't know if anyone knows that, and I'm not sure how but I've seen them, they're integrated with so-called paved surfaces, so I just wondered if they count as a percentage, or are they separate and apart? Thank you.
Mr. Bowl?
Yeah, through the mayor, it depends on what it looks like and what it does and what materials are used. So, yeah, so hard to answer without having a specific design in front of us.
Thank you.
Councillor Watson, then Smart?
Yes, just a quick comment. If this goes forward, this kind of review of what is paved surfaces and paved area and permeability, I just wanted to flag that it's not just about groundwater recharge, it's also about heat effects. So that gravel, which may be permeable, is also very hot on a hot day. So I think it is more complicated than just what the material is.
Councillor Smart?
Thank you. And I just wanted to add 2 points. One is that the biggest hurdle to permeable driveways is actually our engineering zone specifications and the fact that driveways are often half on the boulevard and half on property. So when you construct a new house, you don't want your driveway to be a completely different material. And so I think looking at the engineering requirements for driveways on the boulevards would be one of the most impactful things we could do. And the second point I want to make is that actually having heat island effects appreciated, actually having a solid surface that is angled into the landscape can actually be quite impactful in a similar way to permeable paving. So it is a complex issue, but something we should definitely dive into.
All right, but not tonight. So moving on, we move on. Well, before we get to heights, I just want to talk about the larger lot unit allocation, because there was a question in the report that asked, I guess, two questions. One, there's 60 total lot sizes over the 4,052, I think it is, 4,050 square meters, 33 in the uplands, 27 outside. And the question was, do we include those in these large lot, or do we not? There's obviously pros and cons to both. The pro is that they can be used for multifamily in the short term. The con is that some of these lands, particularly outside the uplands, may be appropriate for more than 4, and if they get developed as a 4-plex, is that the right use of those lands? So those are sort of, I think, the philosophical questions. Do we want to include them right now and just make it universal, or do we want to exclude them at this moment, which we can do under the law? And Mr. Bould, do you want to just...
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make you aware that is also listed under 3 as a separate item. It could be combined in this particular package, but there's 2 options there.
Okay. Oh, I passed it on. But I have it here. Okay, no, we can come back to that at the end. I just thought, when we're talking about large lots, philosophically, I think there's some... Okay, I've got it here. I do have it, sorry. Yeah. Okay, that's fair. If people are okay with coming back to it at that point, I'm okay with that as well. Okay, so then we move on to heights. So again, on ours, these lots, the heights are staying, I believe, roughly the same. Is that correct? Yeah. So is there anything that people here want to flag as wanting to see changes from the recommendations that are in here on these RS 1, 2, and 3 lots? Okay. Then we move on to floor area ratio, which are listed in here. So, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks, Mayor, and through you to everybody. I'm looking at the RS3 floor area ratio for the SMMUH, and I almost feel like the 0.55 is a bit too much, and I'm wondering whether we could go down to. I might make a motion to go down to the 2.5 for that, which is still 0.15 above where it is currently, and still 0.5 above what it would be for a 1-unit residential.
Well, why don't we just first start it as a question for staff, just to understand why the rationale
Yeah.
for the 0.55. This is one of the ones that has changed since the last time around. Before it was remaining at 0.4, and this has changed in the last iteration. So, Ms. Elmore, perhaps you can reiterate or explain in more detail the rationale for going from 0.4 to 0.55.
Thank you. Through the chair, this is an item that we have discussed fairly extensively as a project team. What we've tried to do is create a sliding increase in unit sizes as the lot sizes get larger. What happens where we switch from controlling density by FAR to removing FAR and controlling that unit size by stories and lot coverage is that there's a shift in the approach. And the reason that we moved that, there's two reasons why we are proposing to move that FAR to 0.55 for the small scale multi-unit housing in RS3 is so that the build out can be closer to the max build out on the RS4 lot, where on the RS4 lot, we're proposing to remove FAR. On the RS4 lot, the unit sizes are larger. However, those lots have to contend with different site constraints, such as frontage, the second story setback, if that applies, and some other limitations on configuration due to lot depths. So for that reason, we felt it made sense to move that FAR up. Even at 0.55, those units theoretically would be smaller than a unit in the RS4, but would have fewer site constraints. Have I answered the question, or was there a second part to that?
I think you answered the question. It's just, I think the question is now is probably what's the appropriate number, if that's the piece there. I appreciate the rationale used there. It does make it fit seamlessly between the other two.
I do have one other question as well, and that would be on the minimum floor area. And I noticed that in all three zones, it has been, it used to have a number in there, and now it's been reduced to none. And I'm wondering if we can have the rationale around that, please.
Ms. Elmore?
Thank you. Through the chair, that minimum unit size was found to be a barrier to creatively addressing housing in the district. And moreover, those numbers are relatively high compared with what we're seeing for creative housing solutions, such as coach houses and garden suites or studio secondary suites. In most of these zones, the minimum unit size seem to range from, I think, 1,000 to 1,500 square feet. And what is likely a better solution would be to allow a variety of unit sizes within one parcel if desired.
Thank you.
Thanks. So I'll test the water and see if I'll put a motion on the floor to change the SSMUH to 0.5.
Floor area ratio for the...
floor area ratio for the SSMUH to 0.5.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Green? Go ahead.
Thanks, and I think I've already kind of talked about I think for me, it would seem more reasonable to go down to the 0.5 on the RS3. I do take what the consultant has said about having it closer to the maximum build out for an RS4, but that's something that I want to talk about when we get to RS4. So for right now, I'd like to try and keep this to a 0.5 for the RS3.
Thank you. Can I just actually get a quick question answer to, oh, sorry, I'm in RS2 right now. Nope, never mind. Oh, yeah, so just, can we get the numbers again, just exactly what the 0.55 looks like on a per unit piece? Because we have the, I think what we have showing here in the chart is just the 446 square meters maximum size, which is the old 0.4. And so could we just understand what the actual maximum size would be under the 0.55?
Yes, that question's for me, I understand.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Elmore, my apologies.
Through the, that's okay. Through the chair, the calculation of 0.55 FAR on the RS3 lot, maximum build out would be 613 square meters or 6,600 square feet, or on a an average for 4 units would be 153 square meters or 1,650 square feet.
Okay. Thank you for that. Just, I think it's important that we understand what the ask is. Go ahead, Council. Anything else, Councillor Green, did you wish to add anything? Any other discussion on that? I'll go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Apologies, but could those numbers just be repeated again?
Sure. The single family is 446 square meters. The total size allowed complete is for a multifamily is 613 square meters, which it leaves to 153 square meters on an if you divide those into four equal units. Yeah. Councillor. Okay. I'm not, on the motion itself, I'm torn on it. I don't know that I have the expertise to give a good answer on this one. I'm probably okay to leave it as it is for now, and as we deal with the smaller lots, if it seems out of proportion, then we can maybe come back to it. I note that the FAR on the small lots is significantly higher than this, so it is sort of a question of proportionality. Again, I think this boils down to the appropriateness and scale of some of these buildings and some of these lots. So I'm probably not going to support the motion as it is, but I'm, again, fine given the informal nature of this if we want to come back to it to look at it. But I'll call the question for now in case I am out of sync. So the motion is to change it from 0.55 to 0.5. I have a comment from Councillor Smart.
Well, I just wanted to indicate that I won't be supporting the motion because I feel like we do have a lot of other constraints that are working for us to control the building form, and that I think 1,650 per unit seems like a good number to me.
Councillor Appleton?
I'm just going to indicate that I won't support the motion for pretty much the same reasons. Thank you, Your Worship.
Fair enough. So then I'm going to call the question on it. Oh, sorry, Councillor Watson.
I just have a question about future work as we grapple with all these different things, as Councillor Smart points out, sometimes cancel each other out or, altogether create an outcome. And it's really a question through you, Mayor, to staff. In future phases or some years from now, or whenever it is, when we have more information about how people actually behave using these regulatory parameters, is it possible to do more modeling? Like, we're constrained time-wise right now, and so the interactive effects of these things are really hard to envision, but with modeling tools these days, there's probably lots more that we could understand if we plugged some of this into a model. Is there any thought about that going forward after we have a year's experience under a regulatory framework or 2 years experience or however much time it is?
Mr. Bull?
Sorry, I asked the question because it might lighten the mood. Like, if we get stuck on individual things and we don't really know what the collective effect will be, then, we're kind of, wrangling with things that really aren't solvable at the individual regulatory item level.
Weakness of this whole piece here, but we'll go ahead, Mr. Bull.
Yeah, thanks for you, Mayor. So some basic modeling has been done to come up with these numbers. So in broad strokes, we expect them to work, but exactly as you said, we'll know more over time. There's two answers or two portions to your question. We do anticipate to do some additional modeling and more detailed modeling this summer when we look at design guidelines and other features that we could add to the infill housing program. And then down the road, that's something that as staff we also have been exploring, is there maybe some kind of a review, say in a couple of years from now, or maybe after a certain number of projects have been constructed, to revisit what are the actual outcomes and how do they compare to the desired outcomes. But that would be a future follow-up project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That gives me some peace of mind about sticking with the program.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. I'm going to call the question then on the motion, which is to change it from 0.55 to 0.5. All those in favor? And those opposed? I have Councillor Patterson, Smart, Appleton, Watson, Murdoch opposed. That does not pass. Any other discussion on the FAR on the larger lots? Go ahead.
I'd like to put a motion forward to not reduce the FAR for the SSMUH for RS1.
So we're currently, the recommendation, just for those looking, is to move from point 4 to point 2, I think it is, on the largest lots. So it's moved to change, to make that change, to move it from point 2 to point 4. Is there a seconder? Moved and seconded. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yes, I'm making this motion because I feel like this is against the whole mandate of this exercise that we're currently doing to actually, in a sense, decrease the capacity of what's possible on somebody's lot, whether they're... I agree with maybe incentivizing it in such a way to encourage diversity of housing, but to actually decrease the capability of what we can build on that lot in this time when we're supposed to make building more possible. And I also, yeah, it doesn't sit well with me.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councillor Watson?
I'm looking at the numbers and just understanding how that adjustment would work with respect to the maximum build out, because the proposed maximum individual unit size is pretty huge under the 0.4 FAR, and I have some difficulty with that, carrying that forward when maybe more units of more modest, like, well, they're still huge, but more units of, you know, different sizes might be a better outcome.
Councillor Appleton?
Thank you, Your Worship. And this is a bit of a challenge for me as well, because I raised this issue at the public meeting about what best accomplishes our goals for providing housing, and philosophically what is most possible in the uplands, in kind of balancing out form and character and what people expect to see in an uplands lot, but then also not compromising further options for the site. And so I'm envisioning the challenge is that most uplands lots and the largest lots, the RS1 lots, are actually big enough to have, you know, multiple units on it. You could have probably, 12 row houses on some of them and not have them be excessively intrusive from the street. But of course that's a rezoning into a multi-unit situation. So given the current residential zoning, which is unlikely to change and unlikely to, I think unlikely to change, then what sort of structure allows for the largest 4-unit plex type of development as well? So what provides that accommodation? So in this particular case, my instinct is to leave as much of those lots available for future redevelopment uses as possible. But in this particular case, I can support inclined to support what's on the floor, because it allows for, hopefully drives towards a larger plex style development. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you. I'll just be brief. I don't support their thing. I think, for the reasons cited, I think at this point don't necessarily want massive fourplexes going in on these sites. I think the max lot size has never been used ever, because it's just nobody's building a 14,000 square foot home. But I think it's very possible now, and I think it goes against the intention of keeping green space, but also it's just not necessary in these sort of situations. So I'm again looking forward. These things might change, but I also want to make sure we're not over encouraging, fourplexes on lands that should be considered for other development models as well. So the motion right now on the floor is to move it from 0.2 to 0.4 FAR on RS1 lots. I'm going to call go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, I guess I'll just chime in. Like, we don't know yet what people want to do on these lots, but obviously the houses on these types of lots are quite generous, and so I don't think it's out of line to think, well, maybe somebody's going to come across with 2 luxury duplexes. I don't know what they're going to design on that lot, but I don't see that it should be part of this exercise where we're trying to make housing more possible to look at decreasing what you can currently do. This is going to be the headline on the papers.
Mr. Bull?
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to reference something from the manual, because I do think it's somewhat relevant for the context. It does say that local governments may also wish to retain FARs in zoning bylaw requirements on larger lots to avoid the construction of excessively large and relatively expensive housing units. So that's one of the comments there. So there's a bit of a balance there. So there is an opening there from, I think I want to say that reducing FAR is not out of line with that context from the province, but I take the counter perspective, of course. It might create interesting housing firms. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smart.
I appreciate hearing that, but I didn't hear the word reduce. And so I'm concerned about the province's perception of what we're doing at this table.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Green.
Yeah, just a comment. I'm sorry, but I'm concerned about the perception of our community and what we're doing at this table. The province is the province. They've done their thing, but we have spent hours and hours listening to the people who live here, and I know there are concerns about density, and it's quite divided actually when you analyze all the numbers. So my concern is about our community because that's our job.
I am going to call the question on the motion, which is to change the FAR from 0.2 to 0.4 on RS1 lots. All those in favor? And those opposed? Councillor Patterson, Braithwaite, Murdoch, Watson, Green opposed. That does not pass. We are going to need a motion to extend. That is true.
Move to extend for 1 hour?
It's almost 9 o'clock. Moved and seconded.
No, sorry, point of order. I just want to make sure that motion reads to maintain the FAR and from what it is now. I just don't want it.
No, the motion is right now. We're just amending the recommendation, so it's to amend the recommendation.
If it could just state that to amend the recommendation. I just want to make sure that it's clear and not perceived that that motion is that I want to increase the FAR from what it is now. I feel like it's a very important point for the public.
So the minutes will reflect the motion to amend the FAR from 0.2 to 0.4. But just for the record, we don't record the mover and seconder. For this reason, we want to be able to have people put forward ideas, and it's shared by the table once it's live. So, thank you.
So I'll try again. I'll make a motion to extend the meeting by 1 hour.
Moved. Is there a second? Moved and seconded? 1 hour. 1 hour. I think that's going to be the absolute limit, so we'll go with that. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. Anything else on that? We do have some trickier things to get to, so I want to get to them. First one up, parking on large lots. The existing here is 2 spaces per unit, and basically this maintains that 2 per unit for single-family dwelling and then changes it to 1 space per unit for multifamily as the approach, as a minimum. Is there any concerns or thoughts on those? Councillor Green?
Just for clarity through you to our staff, the 0.75 is how much again? How many spaces, or how is it calculated? I can handle 1 or 2, but the 0.75 was a little bit.
Well, we can come back to it when we get to that in the RS4 and RS5. If the recommendation is 0.75 per unit for those slots, so which is rounded up, so it's minimum 1 really. So I don't hear any things to change that. So at this point, I would consider that the individual pieces concluded on that section. I think it might be appropriate. You know what? Let's come back to the larger lot question on the broader part as part 3. I'll do part 2 next for the.
Okay, I'll move that council direct staff to draft the necessary bylaw amendments for the small lot zones RS4, RS5 for site planning considerations as outlined in part 2 and attachment 1, Infill Housing and Provincial Housing Mandate dated May 16th, 2024, to ensure the infill housing program viability for A, lot coverage, B, setbacks and stepbacks, C, paved surfaces, D, height, E, floor area ratio, and F, parking.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. That is now live on the floor. So we're going to go to the first part of this, which is lot coverage. All of this is more difficult in small lots. I'll just say that. Yep, go ahead.
Just a point of order, Your Worship. Can I possibly get a motion to table the previous motion so that this one can be dealt with? Because right now we've got two live on the table. So we just table the previous one. You can go through this one. If you need to come back, you can lift it.
I'm happy to table the previous one. Is that the, yeah, we can just, we're committee of the whole, we can manage this kind of stuff informally. So yeah, motion to table the previous motion while we deal with this one. Moved and seconded, thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed, none opposed? Thank you for that procedural piece. That's a good call. So this is live on the floor here. We're going first to lot coverage. We had a fair bit of discussion about this. I'm going to raise 2 points. One, I think the points raised is it viable? And I think that's probably a question of, maybe we can just go back to the staff and ask that. And the other question is, does this impact the ability of existing homes in particular to add auxiliary dwelling units? Because I think that's a concern of council, that would have that negative effect. So Ms. Elmore, can I just go to you? Just reiterate the rationale for the 30%, which is a continuation of what's existing, and perhaps if you can talk to a little bit, perhaps ways that we might allow for that to be extended for existing homes so that we could, better support auxiliary dwelling units.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. As a continuation of the information we received from Liquor Geospatial, on the larger lots, maximum lot coverage is existing, not approaching the maximum permitted in the bylaw. So in the RS1, we see less than 9% existing site coverage.
Ms. Elmore, we've moved to the smaller lots now. We're on RS4, RS5.
Yep. Okay, apologies.
No
on the
worries.
RS4, we have 20.5% coverage and 24.7% in the RS5. 10% on an RS4 lot could permit an accessory dwelling unit. So we have the 948 square meter lot size. Could give a footprint of basically 100 square meters. So that seems likely, but there will be cases where coverage is higher or we're looking at an unusual lot configuration. And definitely in the RS5, the existing coverage does not leave much space for an ADU. I could see a solution where there's a provision to enable greater site coverage in the particular case in an RS5 and potentially an RS4 of an adequate footprint for an ADU, and that could be specified in the zoning bylaw to those situations only.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I just threw those two pieces out there for discussion. Councillor Smart?
Would you appreciate a motion at this time with regards to this issue? Because I'd be happy to put a motion on the table.
Sure, go ahead.
I put a motion forward for staff to look at increasing the lot coverage when an accessory dwelling unit is proposed on an RS4 or RS5 lot.
Can you just read that again?
Put a motion forward to have staff increase the lot coverage, and I could be specific, up to from 5 to 10% more in the RS4 and RS5 zones when an accessory dwelling unit is proposed.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear of what you're asking. So you want basically it's going from 30% to 40% lot coverage where there's an auxiliary dwelling unit? Is that the net result that we're looking for here? Yes, okay.
And I don't, at this point, I'm not sure what the process would be, because it might be that staff recommends 35% on the RS4 and 40% on the RS5. I don't, obviously.
Understand,
yeah.
okay. So maybe we can leave that a little general, just sort of say, to allow for increases in coverage, and they can do some of that calculation work to see what would be viable for RS4 and RS5 lots where an ADU Is that specifically for existing houses, or is it for where you built a multi-unit plus?
I think
an
it should
ADU?
be for either.
Okay. Thank you. Not yet, no seconder yet. Moved and seconded, okay. You're welcome to ask questions or of staff to get some clarification, but if you go ahead and motivate.
Yeah, I just, in looking at the numbers and thinking about our existing and proposed housing stock, especially with the amount that's buildable for RS5, if we're going to actually encourage and allow for our residents to build the secondary suites and accessory dwelling units that they want, we do need to look at some increased lot coverage. Otherwise, I see our residents being extremely frustrated or coming through an onerous rezoning process.
Any other discussion? Councillor Appleton?
Thank you, Your Worship. And to the motion on the floor, I'm in support of this mostly because I'm actually in support of, in terms of lot coverage, and I'm supportive of actually across the board increasing lot coverage for RS4 and RS5 zones. I think the information that we've been provided about that current RS4 and especially RS5 lots are already heavily constrained in their ability to add ADUs really speaks to that lot coverage piece and also in part to the FAR piece. I would go so far as to say that in my estimation that the zoning bylaw and potentially could have a motion to this effect that the zoning I believe that the relevant bylaws associated with SSMUH should actually provide for an ADU on all lots. And those may not necessarily be expansive ADUs, but I can see many situations, especially in certain components of the RS5 zoning, certain neighborhoods with RS5 zoning, where ADUs essentially will be completely off the table. And I don't think that that's fair or equitable and doesn't speak to the intent of the legislation. So what is on the table right now, or what's the motion on the floor, I think is supportable at this stage of the game, but I would almost take it a little bit further and try to have some language that that ensures that all people on RS zones can entertain an ADU, provided they're still working through a process that makes that manageable in size. Thank you, Worship.
Councillor Appleton, Councillor Braithwaite?
Thank you. I struggle with this because I need to know if that makes what difference that makes to the maximum build out. And so I wonder, does that make a difference to the maximum build out allowed on this size lot if we made that change?
Yeah, Ms. Elmore, I'm guessing, I mean, it's hard to be, you may have those, do you have those numbers at hand?
Through the chair, we could talk about specific numbers. If we increase the site coverage, I wouldn't recommend doing that in conjunction with increasing the height necessarily. I think those two need to be looked at together. A 30% coverage with 3 stories on an RS4 lot results in 853 square meters of build out, which is 9,000 square feet. Divided by 4 is 213 square meters, 2,250 square feet. So if we increase that to 40% coverage, bear with me, and we still have 4 stories, we'd be going up to over 12,000 square feet of build out, or 3,000 square foot units on average.
Okay, just gonna, Councillor Appleton basically still has the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, that I find the difficulty with that, and I think the reason I find difficulty with it is that we are allowing it to go up to 3 stories, and so I would rather go high than go wide for coverage. And when I look at the diagram that came along in the package for whatever it is, I can't remember, it's number 1 anyhow. And I look at the diagram and I look at the RS4, RS5 model on here, the mapping, and it makes my heart go a little bit, oh my God, because they're so close together already, and to increase it even more, I would have real difficulty with that. So I can't support increasing it anymore based on us going up 3 stories. And then also going back to the building code, having requirements for a certain amount of setback between houses as well. So I can't support that, I'm sorry.
Is there other discussion? I'm just going to speak before I go back to sort of first time or second time speakers. So I fall down on this one. I do believe we actually need to increase the lot coverage. But I am quite particular on this one that I think it really needs to be applied where there's existing houses. If people are building new, they're almost certainly going to be putting in as a primary unit because it's more energy efficient and it allows for the full 3 stories of height. It does all those kind of things to get your size. It doubles the size of the house effectively that can be built there. However, what we're looking at here, I see this auxiliary dwelling units as being infill, traditional infill, where you have existing houses, you have existing forms, and you're looking for adding other viable separate housing units on land that already exists. And I don't think it's viable at 30%, because I think most of the houses are covering 25%, with an accessory building probably 30%. And so it's very difficult for a lot of these existing houses. So it feels like if we leave it just as 30% flat, we're going to be incentivizing people to tear down houses and build something that they can build much, much bigger to get the extra units that they want, where they may only want to add 1 more unit to the land or a secondary suite in this to the land. So I can't support it as it's worded. I would be very supportive if we asked the same question, for houses that were built before this these bylaws come in. If we can give this extra bonus to people who have existing houses, it incentivizes the keeping of those houses, which I think is the intent of auxiliary dwelling units. I don't think they're intended to be for net new builds as much as they can be, but for the most part, this is it. And so if we leave it blank, then it's gonna result in again, as noted in the numbers just cited, a very, very large amount of building mass on some of these land lots. So as it's worded, I can't support it, but I actually really support the intent of this, 'cause I think it's critical if we're gonna actually see existing houses kept.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment about this scary numbers presented of 9,000 square feet and 12,000 square feet, because this is tied to an accessory dwelling unit. So if we have 5% extra on the lot, that's like a lot coverage. Like we're talking about 350 square feet. And it's already an accessory dwelling unit. So we already talked about how it's really only going to be like a story and a half or 2. So like we're talking a very small increase that's allowed. Like we're not all of a sudden with this extra lot coverage going to be building another complete building, and the setbacks aren't disappearing. I just don't, all we're doing is enabling someone to build a very small building in their backyard. If we have to allow people to actually, the whole purpose that we're sitting around the table right now is that we talk to people in the community and they said, I want to be able to build an accessory dwelling unit in my backyard because I want to move out and be able to have my kids move into my house. Like we can't do these things unless we allow people to actually build them.
So the motion right now is to ask for those. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
I was just going to say, I hear what you're saying, Councillor Smart, but I think what the mayor has said about perhaps doing it on houses that predate this legislation would make more sense to me. I could support something like that. I can't support it blanket for brand new builds.
Thank you. I'm going to ask comments through me all the time, just for courtesy. I know you were very polite there on those ones. The motion right now is just asking for a change from to increase that. Can you just remind us again of the wording? Was it specifically for your auxiliary dwelling units? Or just to change the...
Yeah, I didn't write down the exact wording. Staff might have that, and I could attempt to reproduce it.
Sure, I'll ask Rachel, or Ms. Can you please just read it back?
Yeah, Rachel's fine. I have the motion for staff to look at an increase of lot coverage from 5 to 10% more when an accessory dwelling unit is proposed on RS4 or RS5 lots.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that it's particularly important to me that this is for new builds as well. Like, that's like saying, we're not going to allow secondary suites on new builds. Of course we are. We want density everywhere. Yes, it's great to encourage, and this motion is about allowing for a kind of density that would not encourage teardowns, but it is not we especially want new builds to also build in this housing because we need more housing.
Thank you for that comment. Looking around the table, I don't see any other hands on the motion, so as it stands, just asking for 5 to 10% more on those two lot sizes. I'm ready to call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? That does not pass. Sorry, Councillor Patterson, Braithwaite, Green, and Murdoch opposed. I heard there's support for a version of that.
So I think I would put a motion on the floor as to what you were speaking about, Mayor, in regards to increasing this to allow buildings that are in place prior to this legislation to have an increase for the floor area maximum of.
I think if we can read the original motion, the last motion back again, Ms. Putnams, I think you can probably just add, for houses, existing houses, at the time of this bylaws or something. Ms.
Yeah,
Putnam?
sure. You want the original motion?
Yeah.
Yeah, the original motion was a motion for staff to look at increase of a lot coverage from 5 to 10% more when an accessory dwelling unit is proposed on RS4 or RS5 lots.
I think appropriate would be where an existing, or house predating the time of this.
Of this legislation.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
Moved and seconded. Before we move on to it, though, I just want to make sure this is even doable. I've raised it, Ms. Elmore. Is that something we can contemplate? I mean, I guess if it's not, you'll come back at the next meeting and say we're unable to do that for legal reasons. But is there anything that you know of that would prevent this approach to this kind of zoning?
Through the chair, I see Mr. Bowl and Mr. Green conversing. I don't see any reasons why not. We would want a legal opinion, but I would like to hear from the Director of Planning if possible.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Green?
Yeah, the only concern, I guess, that we could potentially see is first of all, the date of the existing house and whether that existing building was significantly renovated, or was it, at what stage was that existing house located on the lot, and then determining or debating as to whether that house existed in its current state or its pre-renovated state, and also then the date as to whether it's the date of the legislation or the date of the adoption of the district's bylaw, I guess.
Sure. I don't think those last two matter too much. At the end of the day, it's just really kind of the contemplation of the new Mr. Bowl.
Yeah, thanks. And thinking about if this is a direction that council would like to pursue, I think we would like to have the flexibility to look at kind of a little bit better at how this is set up, because another option might be to instead of bundling the FAR, maybe pulling it out apart after all, like it is the case right now for buildings, and specifically have a lot allowance for ADUs or accessory buildings. And that way, it's a different way to probably get close to a similar result. So some options there. Thanks.
Just so I'm clear, are you okay if we leave the wording as is? Can you still look at those multiple options? I think we're all comfortable with whatever the staff want to come back with of achieving the same goal. I don't want to get in a situation where we're trying to resolve all the problems here. So we're okay with that? Okay. So I'll take that as the motion is passed, then the staff will look at multiple ways that can be dealt with. Basically, essentially looking at density bonusing if you keep the existing house. It's kind of what this boils down to. Okay. Any further discussion on this motion? Councillor Smart?
Sorry, could you just then read the motion again that we're voting on, please?
Sure. Ms. Putnam?
Yeah, if I understand correctly, Councillor Braithwaite moves for staff to look at increase of lot coverage of 5 to 10% more when an accessory dwelling unit is proposed on existing RS4 or RS5 lots.
Did you get the last part of that as well? Where an existing house.
And an existing house, correct?
I'm not sure what the right wording of this is now that with the staff recommendation. Where a house currently exists, maybe is all we need, Mr. Bull.
Yeah, maybe in more general terms, for situations where existing housing is retained, something along those lines. Then we can wordsmith the zoning bylaw language later.
Reasonable. Okay. So mover and seconder okay with that language? Okay. Councillor Smart, is that clear? Okay. Any other discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. Yeah, go ahead.
Just a follow. Thank you, Your Worship. Just a follow-up question on that. That motion includes reference to a variance on lot coverage, which we currently don't vary. So I'm assuming that this would be confined to, I'm asking the question, would we have to essentially provide for the ability to vary lot coverage as in a broad strokes way in the entire bylaw? And I'm seeing people nodding. So then, yeah, it would have to apply to the entire bylaw and not just in the specific situation prescribed by this motion.
I think there was a couple of scenarios that were brought forward by staff. One was we could change the definition of density so it could be varied, or the other one was we could write it explicitly into the bylaw where it would essentially be written in. So that option is there for us as well. Councillor Appleton?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. The reason I asked that question is because, obviously there have been reasons why lot coverage isn't variable in the past, and I just don't want to inadvertently, hopefully this can be scoped down so that it's a manageable size for staff and we don't open up a can of worms by talking about varying lot coverage all over the place in all situations that I anticipate could potentially be problematic. So, but I know staff will come up with a solution that narrows it down enough.
Thanks for that comment. I appreciate that. Okay, we are moving on then to, oh, sorry, are we moving on? Yeah. Okay, lot coverage setbacks and step backs. So this one also has basically similar to what is currently there, but a reduced front setback and removal of the variation of front setbacks, which obviously allows for the larger size and but does keep other setbacks essentially unchanged. Adds the auxiliary dwelling unit setbacks of 3 or 1.5 meters, as I understand it, for the backyard. Is there any changes that people want to see on this area? Councillor Swart?
Just the will of council, and I make a motion to remove the requirement to have step backs for the second floor of a building that is now potentially 3 stories and would result in a very unusual building form.
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder? I'm going to leave out that it would result in a very funny building form from the motion, but yes. Just not seeing a seconder on that. So you have another motion to make on this, Councillor Smart? Anybody else have any changes they wish to see on the setbacks? Okay, move to paved surfaces. So we're looking at increase to 40% paved surface on RS4 and increase to 50% in paved surface on RS5. I actually have a question on this I want to just ask of Ms. Elmore. So through myself to you, Ms. Elmore, this paved surface at the front of the house, I'm curious about there is obviously, with the keeping the existing setbacks, there's room along the side of a house for a driveway. So is it really required to have so much parking in the front yard if there's also parking available to the side of the house for these units?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We tried to contemplate a number of scenarios for parking, and there are different configurations. What happens when parking is either in the side yard or in the rear is the total paved coverage on a lot does increase because the driveways have to be longer. And this has obviously implications for green space and permeability and also tree canopy because it's causes more disturbance to the site. There's also an issue with any nose to tail parking scenarios when there's more than one unit on a property. And so we can't realistically propose tandem parking along the side yard. So really then it pulls the parking into the rear yard. So long driveway, rear parking, that impacts not just the green space, but also private open space. So I think we don't want to prevent parking in the front yard.
Thank you for that commentary. I have Councillor Watson, and then I think Braithwaite and Smart. Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Yes, I do have a question for staff with respect to this number and what it would include. I was just, looking at the schematics, and I just, they represent the pared down minimum, but would this number include area set aside for garbage and recycling containers, bike parking spots, concrete pads for air source heat pumps, decks, walkways, and sheds? Is that what we're talking about when we say 40%? Or is it just some subset of that and then those things in addition?
Ms. Elmore, I believe it's all of those things. Is that correct?
It's all of those things, but limited to the front and rear yards. Through the chair, Mr. Mayor. We did cut the cloth slightly generously, understanding that we want to limit paved surfaces in these areas. We do understand that homes will need pathways to the front door and steps up to the front door, and that there will be a driveway or access, but it is not overly generous.
Thank you for that. Councillor Braithwaite, and then Smart.
Thanks so much, Mayor. This is I struggle with this one for sure, and so I wonder if we know how many houses within our municipality actually have access through a back alley, and whether that if there's something that we can do for houses that have back alleys to promote more. More parking from the back alley rather than on the front, because when I look at this schematic, it scares me to see so much parking in the front of a house and then the driveways that go along with that, which then takes away a parking spot from the street or 2 parking spots from the street. So do we know how many houses have back alleys, and if that could make a difference within this?
Ms. Elmore?
In a general sense, while there are laneways in Oak Bay, many of them we understand are not developed or maintained. And while it would be a better recommendation to require rear parking where a lane is available, that would hinder development and parking, because we can't rely on these lanes to be up to speed. A more comprehensive planning analysis would look at laneways and the condition and the likelihood that those provide good access. But that fine grain, again, hasn't been done at this point in time. It's if planning staff, if the director has more numbers on lanes and access, I would love to hear from them right now.
Yeah, well, that's good for now, I think. Councillor Smart?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I guess my question is, if we were to reduce the parking to 0.5, do you have the data for what percentage that could decrease the paved surface for RS4 and RS5?
Ms. Elmore?
Through the chair, we can come back to council with that number.
Councillor Smart? I mean, it's a 33% decrease in the amount of cars, so theoretically it should have a reasonably equivalent amount of parking, of paving, but it would be quite that linear, obviously, with paths and so forth. Councillor Green?
Thank you very much. Just a couple of comments. I believe I heard this correctly, that parking drives the amount of paving on a lot, and I found that I found that to be surprising, actually, that we would let parking drive the amount of non-permeable surface. Excuse me. And on laneways, I happen to live on a laneway. Many residents, I think you'd be surprised at how many value those laneways as green spaces. there are also emergency vehicle corridors. So I think trying to park on a lane would be very difficult, and putting cars in lanes would be difficult. So I think that's probably not a good option at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Not currently proposed. So right now we have a recommendation here. RS4 is 40%, RS5 is 50%. Unless there's a motion to change that, we're going to move along to the next item on the agenda. Please, Councillor, I'm going to go to first time first, Councillor Watson and then Smart.
I think that in this case, the relationship between parking and paved area are so closely integrated that we almost need to have the discussion of those two things together, particularly after we've been made aware that if at 0.75, we're always going to go to the higher number when we round up. So somebody with 3 units is now looking for 3 parking spaces and not 2.25 of them. So given that the site analysis that's being done is hinged on that number to come up with this 40%, I almost like to discuss parking first and then come back to it.
We can actually do that if you wish. We can. I have no problem with us considering the two of them together when we get to parking. I have one other question that kind of. Oh, sorry, Councillor Smart. I have you next.
Yeah, I hear what Councillor Watson is saying, although I do see that staff have put an option on the table for us. So I would be willing to put forward a motion to staff to reduce on-site surface parking and have them come back with an option.
Is there are you seconding that, Councillor Grigg? No. Can you just say there's something in the report that references that?
Well, I don't know if the pages are going to be the same. Mine says page 6 of 49, but that's from yesterday's agenda. So under paved surface, and it goes through the options. It says further options. Number 1, reduce on-site surface parking. Number 2, introduce a definition of permeable surface.
Yeah. I think it would probably be helpful to have something a bit more specific than just say reduce it. Do you want to have this conversation as part of the parking conversation?
Yeah,
Okay, I don't have a seconder yet, so I'm just going to with the nod of the mover, I'll deal with that. I'm just have one question before we move on past the paved surface, though, to Ms. Elmore, if I could. So through me to you, Ms. Elmore, is there any mechanism by which we can ensure, or maybe actually this is really more to our staff when I think about it, is there any way, if we're looking at paved surfaces here, that we can require that no trees be removed for that parking, or that there's some additional sort of controls? I think we'd like to site the parking in ways that doesn't actually take down mature trees as part of that's one of the primary concerns. Is that something that's possible or feasible, or at least Mr. Bull? Yep.
Thank you, Mayor. I have some comments, but there's another thought that Mr. Green could add. This is part of that, we are interested to see how we can promote tree retention, and that does require a bit of a wider look. Because that's where there is regulation already in place, and I think that's what Mr. Green is referring to. Maybe you can explain, Mr. Green, what the current regulation, how that works. I think right now, anyways, I'll leave that to Mr. Green to explain.
Mr. Green?
Yeah, obviously, our tree protection bylaw kicks in at building permit stage. And so, yeah, it's my understanding that we do have sort of some discretion within that tree protection bylaw to withhold or withhold issuance of tree permits in relation to sort of accessory buildings or accessory structures, or including driveways. And so it's my understanding that the language does allow that, and I know that we have spoken with our colleagues in the Parks Department around exploring that further to make some improvements or strengthening the bylaw further in relation to where the district does have some discretion to negotiate on withholding tree permit applications.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm certainly much more comfortable with a larger number if there's mechanisms there that we're not seeing people opportunistically chopping down trees just so they can if they have a choice of putting it in another place on the location. Especially given that we can vary parking so easily, it's a very straightforward process. So, okay, so we're back to moving on to heights. So again, this is quite a change here, but sort of, again, explained well within the sort of the 2.5 to 3-story buildings as the primary building. So this is moving to a maximum roof height of 10 meters and building heights of 8.5 meters. I have one question on this. When I was looking at it, is the Ms. Elmore, is there any substantive difference in sort of usable space by changing roof heights to be taller? Building heights are, address the flat roof of a building, but I'm just curious. We end up in our community now with the size of buildings that architects are almost forced into a hip roof style, where it's kind of a squashed peaked roof. And I'm wondering if there's, what the ramifications of looking at, going from 10 to 11 meters or something like that, where it really just affects the peak roof, which doesn't tend to impact sort of the sense of massing. So I'm just curious about the rationale for the 10 meters of the roof height, especially given the larger footprint of these buildings. It might lead to a bit more architecturally, a bit more of a squashed look.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We were considering this approach based on the typical, or what's commonly designed in the district, where the first story is half sunken, and that it does relate to the FAR exclusion for the RS4 and RS5 zone, where there's an FAR exclusion for a story that's less than 1.22 meters below grade. And so what effectively happens is that a 10-meter height is similar to an 11-meter height as recommended by the province when the building starts lower than grade. And then the building height working together with the roof height does create a peaked form that has livable space in the top floor. And where there is a lower sloped roof, like you're alluding to with this hipped roof, there is more livable space above, within the roof slope, but it does depend on the design, obviously. We would like to explore these forms more along with the definition of height in our next phase. But at this point in time, we felt that the increase to 10 meters of roof height was an appropriate interim measure in order to allow that livable space and also move towards the provincial site standards.
Sure, thank you. Can you just explain what you meant? There's no requirement for first floors to be sunk into the ground. That 1.22 meters is the ground floor out of the ground. So
yes, Mr. Mayor, it's not a requirement, but we understand many applicants are taking advantage of that FAR exclusion. And so it's a common form that's being seen, we understand. So we were partly modeling that, or understanding that that is possible and even fairly common in the district.
Sorry, I just want to make sure I understand what's being referenced here. There is for the first floor, 1.2, any building, any part of the building on a new building, more than less 1.22 meters or less out of the ground. So you can have stairs up to a front door. As long as that first floor is less than 1.22 meters, the basement is excluded at 100%. If it's a little bit higher than that, there's a sliding scale a little bit, but there's 100% exclusion of the basement in that. But it's not sunken. That first floor starts 1.22 meters out of the ground. That's the...
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I may not be using the correct term. I am referring to the basement because we do consider that to be livable space, especially in an infill scenario where a basement with that amount of daylight would be considered a livable basement and
right.
Therefore could be suited. It could be a secondary suite. So when we do our modeling, we consider that a 10-story or a 10-meter roof height provides 3 stories of livable space.
So and just again for my clarification on this one, is the total square footage that you're citing in these pieces, is that including basements or is that just including above ground space?
It is including basements where they follow that basement, the exemption criteria for FAR for basements.
Okay, so they're not counted in the FAR, but they are being counted in your calculations.
Correct, because in those zones where that FAR exclusion takes place, that's the RS4 and the RS5, where the current proposal is to remove FAR.
Okay.
And I know it's a bit odd to then reference that building form, but it was used as an example to model, to show what is currently being seen and as a reasonable approach to achieving the amount of square footage necessary to have livable units. So when we talk about potentially allowing larger build out in the RS4 than in the RS3, this is one of the constraints that we consider, where by the books it looks like there's maybe more build out in the RS4, but it is more constrained, and we're including a partial basement, for example.
Okay, that's actually interesting because it's hard to compare apples to oranges in that case. To if one includes the basement and one doesn't, so I think it makes the numbers less scary in that scenario in terms of massing. Okay, sorry, that was a bit of a tangent from the ask about the roof height. I've always, this is a personal opinion, I just think taller roofs often make for a less massing feel because they tend to make for steeper roofs and for a less looming sense of these buildings. But I'll leave that to myself. I'll take the advice. Is there any other discussion on the heights as being laid out here? Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thank you. It's a little tangential, but it's important just because it relates to the massing that is being discussed here. Just when I'm looking at the page 21 of 56, it's the part of the attachment 1 illustrations that it's at the top. It says small lot zones, RS4, RS5, RS5B, etc. Can you just confirm, are these illustrations actually complying to both the combined setbacks and the step back setbacks? Because I'm just looking at the plans and the building forms, and I'm just wondering if they comply to those items.
Ms. Elmore?
Through the chair, they should. I am looking now, but it's possible that they haven't. It does look on the townhouse model, it does look like the interior side yard is 3 meters. We modeled according to the zoning bylaw. I can check with our modeler and get back to council on that.
That'd be great because it appears that none of these have that second story step back. So I'd love some clarification. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't see any other discussion on height, so we can move on to the next floor area ratio, which is also sort of tied to, I think, the other, so I'm going to go back here to my notes. Right, so floor area ratio. We talked about this sort of in the area of DPUs and so forth for controls. So we have these pieces on here, basically, that just be removed, and we use the constraints of the lot. Any more discussion on essentially the removal of these on RS4, RS5? It's probably less relevant in this area for this is the direction we're going because we're not talking about the specifics. We're just talking about removing them completely. Councillor Watson?
Yes, just this is a question through you, please, to staff about the FAR, because what I'm seeing here is actually that we're recommending we keep it if there's only one unit, and we're dropping it only if there's additional development.
Correct.
So I just wanted to query staff about the situation of the character home that has the very shallow basement and whether it is disadvantaged in any way by retaining that far. Like, would it encourage somebody, even just in terms of thinking about doing a renovation in their own house, to more likely take it down in order to get a more preferential outcome than being stuck with having a shallow basement included in the floor area over a small lot and then forcing a demolition? So, and if so, is that something that we're going to be looking at in the summer?
Mr. Green?
I'm not going to speak from my own experience. Mine's a 1924 house, but I think most of the sort of heritage carriage houses already exceed, they're already legal non-conforming. You know, we saw on Monday night 2465 Florence Street at 1912 house, 0.66 FAR, and so most of those sort of heritage houses are already legal non-conforming, really, in relation to lot coverage, in relation to lot coverage and FAR. You know, obviously it doesn't stop somebody, you know, like my house, I've just converted my basement into a secondary suite. Didn't increase the floor area ratio because the space was there and it's exempted from exempted from FAR, so I was able to put a suite in without exceeding the FAR or the lot coverage.
Sorry, I know you're giving me an example, but I'm not quite following it. It sounds like you did exceed the FAR, but you were still allowed to do the secondary suite as of right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what our bylaw allows for, does it?
Yeah,
Okay.
as long as you're not there's not a further contravention of that FAR because the suite is included within the house.
And you didn't have to dig down. You just kept things as they were.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I think that is a question that we really have to keep a close eye on in terms of what the impact of this is. Nominally, by allowing the higher heights and so forth, you should be able to, you know, lift the old house and make the lowest floor more livable space and so forth. If you're converting it into a multi-unit building, but that doesn't always work in real life, and so I think we're going to have to really take some of these examples carefully to look at them. So yeah, good question, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you. And on that, I think like what this allows, taking away the FAR, is someone who has one of those houses and they want to build dormers that would increase the floor area ratio. This is going to solve a lot of problems, I think, that would have created an issue where someone might have to go for a rezoning and might not now. So I think it's positive.
I need to move us along, so I don't see any other hands to change this. So let's go to, sorry, just make sure I've got here. Parking. So we're at parking and paved surfaces. We have the recommendations in here, which is going, if it's existing as it is, it's staying as 2 spaces, or 1 space, it's moving from 1 space per unit for a single family, and which is in alignment with our current policy, basically, because it's less, but if you have a suite, you require 2. And then if there's if it's multifamily, then it goes to 0.75 per unit. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Watson.
I would like to move a motion that we reduce the parking requirement in the RS4 and RS5 to 0.5 per unit. I'd look for a seconder before I...
Second.
Okay, all right. So I'd be happy to motivate on that. Thank you, if I may. I look at the schematics that are presented under various scenarios, and what I see is this opportunity for at 0.75 for our front yards to really not be yards anymore, and a real degradation in the character of the streetscape and frontages. And it's not just about the individual lots, it's actually about what also happens to the sidewalk. We start to lose workable sidewalks through the communities. It's hard to know how quickly that will happen because we don't know how many people will take up the opportunity. But at 0.75, we are parking becomes to dictate the form and character of our neighborhoods in an unsatisfactory way, from my point of view, with all the ancillary effects of greater heat, less greenery, and the visual impact of vehicles being the first thing you see when you walk down the road. So I would really like to see this requirement lessened in order to preserve the very thing that we hold dear, and to have the need to put a car somewhere drive the outcomes when we're trying to do infill housing just seems so counterintuitive to me. So that's my motivation.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thank you. And I would just like to add to that I think with the changes that we're making, we're going to see people, potentially build a new house and future-proof it by putting in a secondary suite and accessory dwelling unit, but they may still just be there as one person that needs one car. And they might have to take down trees and create a wider driveway to meet our minimum requirements, even though they only need 1-car spot. These are minimum requirements. People can still go and build 3, 4, or 5 parking spots if they wish to pave over their backyard and build a parking lot. But we as a municipality should not be telling people they have to take down trees to build parking spots that they may not use.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this? Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks, Mayor. I struggle with this one because I agree that I agree with my colleagues that I don't want to see trees taken down for parking spots, but the comment that one colleague made in that cars will be the first thing you visually see as you walk down a road. Well, now we're just going to see them parked on the road, and so the cars are still going to be there. So I struggle with where should those cars be. I definitely don't like the schematic that I see in front of me with the large driveway and the 3 parking spots in front of a house. But I don't know if I can support reducing it to 0.5 from 0.75. So yeah, I'm struggling with this one.
Mr. Appleton, then Green.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just speaking in support of the motion that's on the floor, as I've discussed many times at Council and as we've discussed as a group, providing parking incentivizes parking, and these things do not exist in a vacuum. We've talked about our priorities for active transportation, for evaluating things like car share. These types of things, these all relate to this, and unfortunately, many decisions at the municipal level are driven by parking. A lot of decisions come back to parking, and so it rests with us to make a concerted effort to create the conditions that will provide people the incentive to use other modes of transportation, essentially to adopt a more car light lifestyle. This has a myriad of benefits. It is becoming increasingly necessary and increasingly almost required, just given costs and given where we're at right now. So when we talk around the council table about things like active transportation and mobility solutions and these types of things, all of these things are related. And so this is a lever that we can pull on that allows us to move in that direction. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councillor Green and then Councillor Watson.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm torn about this one only because I hear so often from residents that they're concerned about the amount of street parking, and concerned about the crowding on streets in neighborhoods from parking. So I am kind of trying to figure this one out, and I certainly oppose the requirement for off-street parking for secondary suites at the time, as I recall. So I am torn on this issue, but I don't think I personally don't have a really strong, clear understanding of traffic patterns or what street parking looks like in Oak Bay. I don't have that information. Are there problem areas that we need to be aware of before we make a final decision on reducing parking units? I don't know that. I've talked to a lot of residents who do have a problem with street parking and are always talking about it. So I don't know what I'm going to do, actually. So thank you.
Council, I'm going to go to Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you. I'll support this. I know that in actual fact, it's not playing out the way that I would like it to, which is ideally to reduce the parking, but I think it's further ahead anyways, because we're not requiring it within the confines of the house, so we're one step further ahead. I would like to see this happen, because I think that to mandate that somebody has to build the parking is the wrong attitude to have. I think that if they need it and we allow it, but I think we shouldn't encourage it. I think we should encourage people to reduce the number of vehicles they have. That being said, it certainly hasn't played out with doing infill on the street that I'm on and the number of vehicles relative to the house. And there are a lot of debates that go on on the street because of everyone's cars. And hopefully that will be resolved over time. But I will support this because I think it is the right thing to do, I think. And hopefully in certain areas it will help reduce parking and save some of the green space. And probably the farther that you get away from the villages and transportation, you're going to still have more parking, but the lots are bigger so they can handle it. So I'll support this.
I should go probably as the first time speaker myself on this one. I think like other people a little bit toward on this. We're going from two spaces per unit to 1 space per unit to 0.75 to now to 0.5. I also look at parking as a little bit of one of those areas that we have a little bit of say when people are coming forward, and if they're these as minimums. This is where we can add variances and so forth to change the required number of parking where it's required, where it makes sense. We don't have that if we don't have any ask for it in the first place. And but where I struggle with this one is if we're going to be able to have some sway over protecting green space and these sorts of things and look at this, I kind of like to at least initially keep it at least 0.75 per unit, just because I want to have the ability, if that discussion is happening with development, to look at it that we can vary it down, we can't vary it up. And if there's streets and so forth that that have no other options, I struggle with this as being left out. So anyway, I'll leave that there. Councillor Watson, and then I'll go back to Green. I should probably get to a question.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would just like to speak again to my motion and with a little further motivation. And I speak from a couple of things. One, I worked for the City of Toronto for many years, and unfortunately we allowed, in order to allow parking when people put in secondary suites, more curb cuts to put in spaces. And the sidewalks were very, very quickly became inaccessible for people with strollers, for people with wheelchairs, for people who had any kind of mobility problems, because each curb cut created another impediment. And every time you make a curb cut to allow greater access, particularly with respect to paving in the front yard, you take a parking space off the street. The street is already paved. So using that space to park cars is a very rational response to the need for any additional parking. It's already asphalted and it's a hard surface, and we're used to seeing cars on it. We're not used to seeing cars in these kinds of numbers that would be required in the front yards of our neighborhoods. I don't think we need to do it. And I really do want to underline the accessibility perspective when you start messing up your sidewalks and your boulevards to create these curb cuts that would be required. So, and I don't think, I've observed it in a city, it's not insignificant. And so I would just like to add that to my commentary.
Thank you very much, Councillor Watson. Sorry, I didn't work on Councillor Green.
Just 2 quick points. I noted that the consultant said that some of this is untested. We haven't tested this yet. Secondly, we don't have the kind of density in Oak Bay yet that we are hoping for, or planning for, or building for. So it's a really difficult context at the moment to make a decision like this one without some evidence. I totally agree with the green space preservation, but I have to admit that I'm just not sure. So it will be one of those last minute decisions when I have to put my hand up. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have one quick question for Ms. Elmore. Is this through me to you, Ms. Elmore? You said you were cutting the cloth pretty close to the edge there on being able to, with a 50% lot coverage of parking, to still be able to fit in the amount of parking and other pieces of hardscape on there. Can you just let us know what that looks like? What would be the realistic result if we were to say keep the report's 0.75 but reduce the front to 40% coverage? I'm assuming that just means it couldn't be built under that piece, but can you just maybe clarify for us?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Under ideal circumstances, 3 parking stalls would be just over 40%, and that's more or less based on your parking facilities bylaws design standards for parking stalls. So that's on a 15-meter frontage with a 6-meter setback. It doesn't allow for much narrower frontages. It doesn't allow for a patio or a pathway or stairs or anything else paved in the front yard. Does that help?
Yeah, no, I think it's helpful, so we understand the context. Oh, gosh.
I'll make a motion to continue for a half hour.
If this goes through, I'm going to make a stop for a minute and stretch, but
I'll second.
moved and seconded. Don't usually debate these things, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Any opposed?
I'm only voting in favor because these are important issues.
Yeah, they are very important, but I think we can actually resolve this quickly. Thank you for that clarification. So the motion right now on the floor is to amend the minimum requirement to 0.5 units, correct? All right, I don't see any other discussion. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Councillor Braithwaite and Green opposed. That carries. I think that probably leads us to go back to the other portion, which is hard space, and perhaps set either both of them at 40% or 40 and 35 or something along those natures. We can probably do that with reduction in the parking requirements. So is there a, so going back, just looking here at, sorry, I guess up here for, why am I having such a hard
I'll
time?
move that we reduce the RS4 front maximum paving in the front to 35% and the maximum paving on an RS5 in the front to 45%.
Second.
Sorry, can you give me those numbers again? 35 and 45?
Yeah, for front, keep the rear yard as 25. Actually, you know what, I'm going to change that. I'm going to say an RS4 to 30% and an RS5 to 40%.
The motion is 30 and 40. I'm going to ask the same question, Ms. Elmore, of you on this one. Is that, it sounds like that would still be fairly tight, but perhaps you can just...
Mr. Mayor, it would be very tight. I would like to look at some typical lot sizes and frontages before answering that. I do believe that that would most likely prevent the minimum parking requirements that are currently recommended, unless an applicant were to get creative. And there are creative solutions, but any of those creative solutions do have other implications. So we have looked at.
Sure. I think I'll leave those as they are with the, maybe, can we just amend it to just ask for staff to come back with implications and recommendations?
Yes.
Okay. That way it'll, when it comes back with in the bylaws, it'll be fairly easy to change on the fly if there's some, like the 30 or 32% or something, if that makes sense. Councillor Smart?
Yeah, and whether this is a motion or just a comment, but if we could possibly have like a percentage of that would need to be permeable paving to really take at the important value piece that I think we all share about wanting to make sure that groundwater is getting to our street trees.
I think what I might do is deal with this motion first, and then I'll just do a motion, because there's been a couple of questions about the permeability. We should have heard that it'd be hard to kind of get the full meal deal on permeability and guidelines in time. But we can, I think, give that direction, maybe also ask about some clarity on protection of trees in this process as well, to come back with. That's sort of separate from this, the number here. So right now we have a motion to amend this to 30 to 40%, but for staff to come back with some impacts of what that might look like and some recommendations when it comes back from bylaws. Nodding heads and no hands, so Councillor Smart.
Yeah, I don't think I will vote for it. I realize it's complicated, but I would like the increase in paving to be permeable, and I don't think it has to be that complicated. I think it could just be that. It could be that we keep the same amount of hardscape paving that we have now. The rest must be permeable, and let's just define what permeable is.
Okay, I think I'll take it as a comment at this point. All right, I'm ready to call the question. The motion is to amend the recommendations from 40 and 50% maximum coverage to 30 and 40%, but the staff also bring back recommendations, just some modeling and recommendations on those numbers back when it comes back from bylaws. All right, all those in favor? Any opposed? Councilor Smart opposed. That carries. I do think, I'm not sure if it really requires them, it probably does. If I, just from this question of permeability and sort of tree protection and things like that in the front, in this parking piece, I think is a really critical one to achieve the goals of keeping those green spaces and water things. Is there any recommendations that staff would have just to kind of ask for that? So if it comes back in this go around with the bylaws, that's great. If it can't, that at least it's on the record that we would like it to come back. It's already in the options there to talk to it. It says introduce a definition for permeable surface and introduce an associated metric as one of the options. But it sounded like introducing the metric was difficult to do in such a short timeline. So can we just maybe, a motion maybe for staff to give best effort to include that definition of a permeable surface and an associated metric as part of the bylaws, and if it can't be done, it can't be done. Is that maybe an approach we could take, or is it just not possible at all?
We can explore it as part of some of the other tweaks we need to do.
Would you like
yeah,
as a
you
motion?
could, yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you.
So I'm hearing a lot of agreement around here that the permeable surface question on green space is really important. So I think if we ask that motion that they have in there, which is introduce a definition for permeable surface and introduce an associated metric, to the best effort, come back with the zoning, with the bylaw, recommended bylaw changes. That's probably sufficient. If they can do it, they'll do it. If they can't, they can't, but we'll try.
I'm happy to make that motion.
Moved and seconded. Is there any other discussion on that?
I just have a question.
Please go ahead.
Through you to Mr. Bowl or anyone. Who defines permeable? Do we have the flexibility as a municipality to redefine it or define it in the way we want to use it to maximize?
Sorry to interrupt, Councillor Green. That's the ask here, is that they define it for us and bring back metrics for it.
Yeah, but I wasn't sure that we had that ability, so that's all I wanted to clarify, that we have the ability to define it or redefine it.
Yes.
Yeah, through the mayor, yes, correct. Through the zoning bylaw, we can customize how we look at the world, so to say. Yeah, thank you.
Very good, thank you. So at that point, we've now concluded. Oh, so I did call the question on that motion? Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed, not opposed? That concludes the second portion of this. I think I'd like to probably call the question on the whole of this second resolution, go back to the tabled resolution, call that one, then we can get to the last two pieces, so we kind of conclude the meat of the meeting. So right now on section, you see option, or number 2, which is that council direct staff for the bylaw amendments for small lot zones. That's what we're on right now. We've made amendments, it's now amended. We're back to the whole of that second part. Is that clear? Okay, so I'm going to call the question on that whole right now. All those in favor? Any opposed and not opposed? I'm going to go back to the lift from the table, the first motion, which is the RS 1, 2, and 3. I should have a motion to lift. That's a good point. Move to lift, seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed, not opposed? And I'm going to call the question on that resolution at this point. All those in favor? Any opposed, not opposed? That carries. So we have now given direction to come back with those bylaw changes. So the other two piece of questions, I think we'll probably not get to part 3 of that of tonight. But number 3 here, that council provide direction to staff on larger lot unit allocations. So this is, again, the tricky part of some of these large lots. Do we want to include them? Do we not want to include them? Go ahead, Councillor Green.
Thank you. I wanted to make the comment that I think the uplands should not be exempt, that I think if we're being fair and socially equitable, that we should include all the large lots in Oak Bay. I think that would be the fairest thing to do, and I hope that comment is appropriate.
Thank you. Councillor Braithwaite?
Thanks, Mayor. And I understand where Councillor Green is coming from, but I go back to the comment that you made in regards to if we give them the same criteria that we're giving everybody else in the municipality right now. I think you mentioned there's 67 lots of that size but there's 60, and there's some that are outside of the uplands. And if we say basically to those lots right now that they can build a 4 units house on those lots, that might preclude them from maybe perhaps wanting to build something bigger on those lots. And so I'm struggling with that one as well. I mean, I think I don't know whether I want to just take a step back and just say, let's wait and see what happens and see if there's other legislation that's going to come down that's going to allow more development on those lots, especially lots perhaps along the waterfront. Don't know.
Thank you, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you. I'm in agreement with Councillor Green in the equity of all of this. And I think that having 2 units per lot also doesn't send the message that something more could happen there. And I think that if those owners of those properties want to do something more, they will come to council and request that. But I think by excluding them, I don't see that is in the vein of what the province was trying to get at with this motion. So I'm in favor of including them.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Appleton?
Well, thank you, Your Worship. So I actually take a slightly different view on this. There are lots that qualify for the provincial exemption and the restricted zone definition. There are about an equal portion within uplands and outside of uplands. The exemption, as described by the province, is to allow options to remain open on those sites for future subdivision and potentially rezoning. All things become possible, so that more options become possible, so that the use of the site is not abrogated by the construction of a large single-family home. Is the motivation there? I actually see it slightly differently because, as per my previous comments about uplands, Uplands has the Special Powers Act. We already have in the OCP that subdivision is not recommended for uplands, but there are a number of sites that fit this criteria that are outside of uplands, and so I actually see those as a different type of site because the uplands has the Special Powers Act, because the OCP recommends against subdivision there, then limits those options. But for these larger lots that are outside of uplands, those things do not apply. The Upland Special Powers Act doesn't apply. And the conditions that the province anticipated for these larger lots apply more directly to these ones that are outside of uplands. So I would favor the application of the provincial restriction, the restricted zone definition, to those lots outside of uplands, specifically because it helps preserve those lots for future uses as contemplated by the provincial directives. But whereas the uplands are a bit, in many different ways, a bit of a special animal. So I kind of see this slightly differently than the previous discussion that we had about what type of form would be most likely in a redevelopment scenario in uplands. So I would actually make the motion, Your Worship, that the exemption or the restricted zone definition for lots greater than 4,050 square meters be applied to those lots within the district of Oak Bay which lie outside of uplands.
Thank you. Seconded, thank you. You've already motivated before your thing, but I was asking for comments. So that's what sorry, asked it for, you provided a good motivation there, Councillor.
Thank you for your indulgence, Your Worship.
No, it's good. Informalness of committee of the whole. Anything else people wish? Councillor Watson? Councillor Green?
Yeah, I fully support that motion. If he hadn't made it, I would have tried it myself. And I think it does make sense to keep our options open on those lots outside of uplands where there could be all sorts of possibilities, and to have, a site redeveloped at a kind of maybe an inferior possibility for density that then might prevent it from something better happening, I think would be a bit like cutting off our noses to spite our faces. But I also think that if we do this, that because this is so complex, and in some ways obtuse, that we would really need a good communication strategy to explain to the public why we had treated these two regions differently, because on the face of it is very hard to understand that. We've been steeped in this in a way that the rest of the residents of our community haven't. And so I do support it, but I just think we need to be very careful how we would communicate it.
Thank you, Councillor Green.
Thank you. And I appreciate the comments and the sentiments of my colleagues, but I will stand by my opinion that the perception on the part of many of our residents is that we are targeting density in certain parts of Oak Bay that are not quite as privileged and beautiful as the uplands, and even parts of South Oak Bay, i.e. the waterfront. I think my goal is that we be fair, that we be equitable in how we densify this community, and we do it with sensitivity. And I think not treating everyone equally is insensitive and doesn't fit with my own ideology about how we live together in a community. But I do appreciate the responses, and I also want to say that I value the uplands as a very special area. And you're right; it's guided by a piece of provincial legislation that was drawn in 1935. It is an act that lives to this day. It's also been designated as a National Heritage spot. So I appreciate all of that, and this isn't about not respecting what the uplands is, but it's also about, as I've said, equity in my own opinion. Thank you.
Councillor Watson?
Yes, I just wanted to make a point of clarification, for particularly perhaps for Councillor Green. What's suggested by the motion is that we go ahead and apply the same rules in the uplands as we are to all the other zones, but do not do that for the 27 properties outside of the uplands. So I'm not sure that you understood that. We're suggesting that we treat uplands the same as RS 1 through 5.
Okay, I think we're fairly clear on this. I'll speak to it because this is one I struggle with a little bit. And here's my pros and cons list, and I'll do it quickly. One, I think the notion of equity is an important one, and I'm thinking of people who might, be living on another one of those lots, and they want to add an accessory dwelling unit because they have family they want to move in, and now they are not able to do so because we have not allowed that to happen because we see it might have value. So I struggle with that. That being said, there are a number of lots that qualify, and I think would be a crying shame if they did have just a fourplex go into them or an accessory dwelling unit at this time when they could have so much more benefit be appropriate. So, of course, we're just creating the conditions for that, and so I think for my mind this doesn't matter quite as much as we probably think it does, in the sense that we're going to be going through an OCP review in the next 20 months or so. We should hopefully conclude that. And that gives us the opportunity to have some of those conversations about where we might want to direct some of that additional density. So it's unlikely that people who are interested in higher density are going to not just wait a little bit for that time. But I think, I'm struggling with this one, but that's kind of the two weights I have on this. There's good arguments, I think, on either side, and probably neither of them are going to destroy the universe if we choose one of them. So leave it there. Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you. I do appreciate all those perspectives that have been brought to this, and I think my instinct is to not support the motion on the table from the point of view, I guess, that I see this first stage of having that equity lens with a follow-up with the OCP refresh being the time when we talk about where to have those increased density options. So I don't see in this short time frame of moving forward everything with 4 units takes away the option to have that community conversation of increasing density, but I don't feel comfortable choosing where that goes at this table right now without having those conversations.
Thank you. Tough one. All right. I'm going to call the question, though, I think, and I'm seeing other hands popping up. So the motion here is to move it forward with a divide between fully applying this within the uplands, but holding off on the application of the rules for outside of the uplands for I think there's 33 and 27 split there. So that's the motion on the floor. Are we clear? So the motion is to apply the multifamily unit for RS1, 2, and 3 for the very or RS1 really on the 30, I think it's 33 inside the uplands, but not to the 27 outside, or maybe 27 and 33 on one side. But it will apply within the uplands, not apply outside the uplands. That's the motion.
Or put another way, the exemption applies outside.
Correct. The provincial exemption is which we're allowed to apply. We will apply outside the uplands. Reason. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor and those opposed. I have Green, Murdoch, Smart, and Patterson opposed. I did hear a general agreement that we were wanting to. There was some discussion about still applying these rules to the larger lots. So I think a motion is appropriate would be to, at least a test to move this along would be to have a motion to apply the. I didn't hear a motion, I don't think, on that.
Yeah, I will put forward option 1, do not exercise the exemption and increase the permitted density of up to 4 units across all lots, including those over 4,050 meters squared.
Okay, moved and seconded. I think we're pretty clear on what that entails. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor? And those opposed? Watson, Appleton, and Braithwaite opposed. There we go. That will move forward. So everything's the same. Every lot in Oak Bay has got the same rules applied. And we've approved those rules. The last one here is council provide direction to staff on other form and character and other policies and regulations, including those outlined in part 3. Those are next steps. Are we, Councillor Smart?
Yeah, I'd be willing to put forward a motion. We were just talking about equity, and so one of staff's recommendations, the further option to remove the requirement that a registered owner must occupy one of the units as their principal residence and complete and sign an owner's declaration. I'd like to move forward that option.
Sure. Thank you. Moved and seconded. I just want to go to, because some of these other optional pieces, I just want to make sure I understand the timelines for some of these that could be brought forward. Mr. Bowl?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. This particular one, that would be a very straightforward change to make.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Smart, it's moved and seconded.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. We had a speaker come to the table and speak to the equity piece of this at a previous meeting, and it was very compelling to me that we should be valuing our rental housing stock, and this provides more options to increase our rental housing.
Thank you. Is there other discussion on this one? Councillor Braithwaite?
Yeah, I have to vote again. Sadly, I have to vote against this. I really feel pretty strongly that that our secondary and residents with a secondary suite should be owner occupied. I think this is one of the things that helped us push secondary suites forward within our community. There was a lot of agreement around that within our community, and so I would hate to take that away at this time.
Any other discussion? I'm going to lay this out in my pros and cons list again. I think, we've just approved multiple housing units on every lot without any restrictions. So it strikes me as a little odd that we would maintain ownership requirements on a secondary suite. It sort of goes against the grain on that sort of continuity. That being said, suites are somewhat unique in that they don't require full separation. They are a subset of a thing. So the expectation there is that you're in a house with somebody else with less building code, less other pieces attached to it, ideally lower costs and simpler to implement, with the understanding that there's sort of the landlord is immediately adjacent and can manage any issues as they arise. So it's sort of a small business equivalent. So I think you can make a pretty good case here on either side of it. I think there's pieces on either side. I actually really struggle with this one. I was kind of hoping to have a bit more time to think about this one, because I'm not too keen to get rid of it again. And part of that is this large amount of communication we did just a couple of years ago when we talked about this, and that was pretty clear that was the expectation. I think times have changed, so that does not hold me up completely, but I'm not sure I'm 100% comfortable making that shift tonight, but I'll see if I hear any other arguments that sway me. Any other discussion on this motion right now? Okay, I'll call the question on the owner occupancy. So this is to remove the requirement for owner occupancy for suites. All those in favor? And those opposed? I have Patterson, Braithwaite, myself, and Green opposed. I do think this is one of those things that we have to bring back as we're talking about this, our phases 2 and 3, because I think as we're considering these things. Councillor Smart, was there anything else you wanted to raise tonight?
I guess I just might ask staff if they still need direction on this one, but I really appreciated the further option of creating incentives based on the zoning parameters to retain houses with heritage value as just a future piece that would come back, I imagine, at a later date. So I just had flagged that further option number 3 on page 12 of 49, which is probably from the old agenda. As something that I would be happy to move to make sure that piece doesn't get lost, because I just really appreciated the detail that staff put into this report, and there were so many good future projects, and so yeah, I'd be happy to move that motion with regards to creating incentives to retain houses with heritage value.
That was number 3. So this is, again, this is something that would come back in future, but not as part of the bylaws. I think that's very fair to do that, to make that recommendation. I don't think we need a lot of debate on that one. I think there's okay, all those in favor? Any opposed, none opposed? And just out of courtesy, I have Councillor Appleton who wanted to make a motion. I'm going to go there just because we only have a couple of minutes left.
Thank you, Worship. So just based on some previous discussion and with respect to the DPA section of Part 3, I would make the following motion: that Council endorse the approach that the DPA for infill housing be seen as an interim measure, and further to direct staff to incorporate form and character guidelines into the zoning bylaw to the greatest extent possible.
Is there a seconder?
I'll second for discussion.
Councillor Appleton, I think it'd be helpful to have some argument.
Yep. Thank you, Your Worship, and I'll be brief. This is pertaining to the earlier discussion that was had with respect to the ongoing application of the DPA and the need for clarity, as Mr. Bull has mentioned, and as we've discussed, the sort of the essential question of how much the DPA is used versus prescriptive components in the zoning bylaw. And I am of the mind that long term, both for to incentivize housing, to simplify process for staff and for the staff group, and to make the process as simple as possible to create these new housing units and meet our housing target, that as many components of this process that can be itemized and laid out in the zoning bylaw and set by right, rather than having to come through a DPA process, come to council, or have that DPA reviewed, I think is the right way to go. So this is not, in my mind, a prescriptive motion that says certain components should be in or should be out, or that a DPA should be completely discontinued, but it's my intention to try to adopt the philosophical approach of incorporating as much directive into the zoning bylaw as possible to save both staff and council time, and to make the process as clear as possible for folks who want to engage in getting permits and getting the housing built. That's my intent, Your Worship.
Thank you. We have moved and seconded. Can you just read it aloud again? I know you wrote it down.
Yes, Your Worship. So moved that council endorse the approach that the DPA for infill housing be seen as an interim measure, and further to direct staff to incorporate form and character guidelines into the zoning bylaw to the greatest extent possible.
Thank you. Any discussion, Councillor Smart?
Yeah, I'm very torn with this one because I very much agree with the intent of it, but the interim measure part, I don't agree with. I guess I was very much in support of option 3 that staff had put forward about producing robust, detailed design guidelines that were non-regulatory to capture good practices in infill housing development. I very much don't want to see a development process for infill housing. I feel like that absolutely goes against the whole point of this exercise. And so I'm concerned about an interim measure where we might have a a DPA for this housing by right that is going to slow down our ability to meet our housing targets.
Well, I'm looking around, I'm not seeing other hands popping up on this one. Councillor Watson?
Stand for 10 minutes.
If there's a will of council to continue, we can continue. Just so I'm clear on this, if we don't extend this, what happens to this? Do we have a motion on the floor? Does it just go away and we have to reconvene a committee of the whole, or can this be raised can a further discussion happen at the bylaw discussion? Because this is slightly removed from bylaws.
Sorry, Your Worship, the bylaw discussion would be the next opportunity. But my understanding was with the team that the DPA, if that was going ahead, was the summer work. Anyway, it wasn't a part of this particular bylaw.
Well, I think we should test the will of council. If we're okay to go for another 10 minutes, it's probably worth just making the motion to see.
I'll make a motion to continue for extend for 10 minutes.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed. We have 10 more minutes. Councillor Watson.
Yes, I just want to say that this is one of these things where I would prefer to follow Councillor Smart's lead and have nothing at all, and then it's something we deal with if we encounter problems. If our regulatory framework and our hard and fast and clear rules are coming up with some unintended consequences around form and character, then we model that, we have some evidence, and we look at it as a project. But I would not want to come out of the gate with our infill housing strategy having every project going through a DP process. I just think that is completely against what we're trying to achieve.
Councillor, yeah, go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Well, thank you, Your Worship, and I appreciate Councillor Watson's comments. I would just say that we haven't, at this stage of the game, what is prescribed still contemplates a DPA. So the DPA is on the table, and the DPA will move forward and be included as part of the process, given no further direction. So we will be exercising a DPA.
So I just want to make sure we're clear about what is included with the recommendation here. Mr. Bull?
Yeah, Mayor, right now there is no clear proposal on the part of staff. There is the three options in the report. The number one is the one we had in mind, but it's a very important discussion.
People are looking, just so people know. Go ahead,
Yes,
Mr.
that's
Bull.
right. Top of page 12, those are the options, and it would be very helpful to see where the majority of the council sits on this topic, because then we can either create something for June, July to go through, or not have to worry about it just yet.
Okay. We have the motion that's on the floor, which is to use an interim approach to DPA, then move to either form and character. I think hearing that and looking at the options here, I'm probably not going to support the motion. I think that number 3 for me is the right one. We just move forward and can come up with regulations to key aspects of form and character if we can incorporate them in lieu of a DPA. I struggle with having a DPA at all in these situations. It's just a tool, and it feels like it's going against the core aspect if we're trying to make things as clear as possible. But I'll leave that for now. Any other discussion on the motion that's on the floor? Councillor Smart?
Sorry, I'm just confused. I have 4 options, and you're saying there's only 3, and maybe it's because the agenda's changed. Thank you.
Top of page 12.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm ready to call the question on the motion. Mr. Bull, did you want to add something? You look like you're wanting to jump in, but don't.
Sorry, Mayor, I was wondering if I should clarify that the motion that's on the floor, the way staff would look at that is that we would bring forward arrangements for this an interim measure DPA, plus we would make plans for in the future to make sure that the zoning bylaw would include those kind of form and character controls.
Okay. Yeah, please go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just to clarify, the intent, my intent using the language that I did was my understanding that some form of DPA would because there is a DPA on the books at the moment. It is a DPA that's applied for infill. So I used the language I did because it was my understanding that some form of DPA would continue forward after the zoning bylaw revisions, without specific direction from council otherwise. So that's good to have that clarification. If the other option 3, would also, I guess, potentially do the same thing. That's the reason I included the language for interim DPA, because it was my understanding that the current DPA would persist in some form after the zoning bylaw amendments.
Mr. Bowl?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. In that case, I should clarify that to have the current DPA continue as an interim measure does require changes to the OCP to make that happen. So, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so then I would withdraw the motion on the floor, Your Worship, because it's using language and based on an understanding that I was incorrect. So I think I've heard comments from council that they sort of agree with some of the concepts of where that's going or some of the intentionality there, but the first part is not accurate.
Thank you. So the mover and the seconder have withdrawn it, so that's fine. Would someone like to make a motion for number 3? So the other one I heard that was some support for. Go ahead, Councillor. Councillor Smart.
I would be happy to move option 3 with regards to the DP.
Moved and second. That's review and revise zoning bylaw regulations to regulate key aspects of form and character in lieu of DPA. Future phase, not part of this. Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? I do believe that's all the things we have to get through tonight. Am I not? Am I right? Thank you, everybody. That was a lot of... Oh, Councillor Smart, I'm sorry.
Could I just ask for clarification? How much changed in the report from when it was first released today for those who are working today and reviewed the report earlier and now are like completely confused as to how much has changed and what they missed? Like, can you just give a synopsis of what was changed? Perhaps I should just go and reread it all. And if I find new stuff, can I bring it up at Monday's council meeting?
So I'll just, yeah. You need a microphone, Ms. Williams?
Sorry, I thought you'd already adjourned.
We have not.
Yeah, no, the recommendation in the report changed so that it was more detailed to what you saw tonight, but the content of the report stayed the same, pretty well the same since about 10:30 last night.
I would concur, other than that bulleted list in the DPA area for options. That was the only section that was changed.
Oh, okay. I didn't catch that.
And I think the other thing that, well, not from last night, but if you didn't look carefully, was the change from the 0.4 to 0.55 for the RS3s from an FAR perspective. That was the other tangible change within those recommendations. I think that's it, though, from a... We stand to be corrected. All right, we do need a motion to adjourn. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. Thank you very much.